Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast Their Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, folks.
And I'm your host, last time on wannabe, the Brainstormer of Pop Culture. How is everyone doing tonight?
I am doing all right.
And ironically, so am I.
Yes. How is everybody else doing in the possible chat?
I see no complaints.
Huzzah.
Or really anything at this point.
Yeah, it's usually like through the first story that we get people.
Right. Alright, so our first article of the day, or night, I suppose, is one we did not cover last week. Give me 1 second as I pull it up. And by that, I actually already have it pulled up.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so this is from Polygon.
Which is kind of a milestone for us in terms of like the anti-SJW responses, because Polygon is another one of those mainstays, or at least it was during the days of Gamergate.
I think we've
Polygon, for those that don't know, is basically the Mary Sue for video games.
Haven't we covered like 1 or 2 articles?
Maybe we did, but this is the first one I remember us covering.
Well, it could have been that we covered one so long ago that we forgot.
It is possible. Anyone who is curious can go and check out the playlist and make me honest if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so the Sandman audiobook is a wasted opportunity to update a classic. The Audible adaptation is faithful and fascinating, but it should have lost something in the translation. I'm not entirely sure how that last part of that sentence goes. 1 second.
Yeah. Mr. Sandman, making the cutest that I've ever seen. Giving tulips like roses and clover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Sandman, I'm so alone. I've nobody to call. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream.
Sorry, something weird. Anyway, where were we?
You had just read the title, and I was facepalming because of the inherent stupidity of the title and its caption.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, what I was saying was I'm not entirely sure how that second part goes because it's kind of written weird.
Yeah.
This is by Susanna Polo. It's published on July 2nd, 2020.
Okay. Well, then I suppose I'm addressing you, Susanna, and Polygon by proxy. Generally speaking, Susanna, losing something in translation is considered a bad thing. And as anyone who hates the modern zeitgeist of remakes can tell you, generally, updating something for modern taste, especially a classic, removes any of the quality that the original had, generally speaking. Because the thing is, when you take something timeless and you tether it to a single time, you remove that which makes the story compelling and interesting. And you and your ilk, Susanna, are literally looking at possibly the greatest comic book ever written, and you are saying that it needs to be fixed. And once again, I hate having to repeat myself, but as I often have said, if you try to fix something that is not broken, you're within probably a 60 to 70% chance of breaking it. Because if you try to fix what isn't broken, there is a small chance that you might be able to actually improve on the system that you're fixing. But more likely, if you try to fix something that works fine on its own terms, you'll break it. And considering that you are breaking or potentially breaking one of the things that keeps my life going when I'm feeling, down in the dumps and depressive and shit, you can fuck yourself, both in reality and in the dreaming. Thanks. Moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Audible's exclusive audiobook version of The Sandman is a well-produced, fascinating experiment. That's fitting given that the original story, a comic series about the King of Dreams, was also a weird experiment.
Okay, I have nothing. There's nothing really wrong with that sentence.
Yeah, we actually had a conversation about this last week before we went on air for Podcast Storm 71. I had told him like I read a little bit of it, and maybe I had gone to the part when I was reading it, but I told him it didn't really seem much. It seemed like kind of just a gripe against uh, certain choices made for like the audio cast.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if we get to a point, if some, I will say I was wrong and stuff because at first I wasn't sure if we should cover this or not.
I just the brazen way that she put that title and that caption makes me think they're going to have more direct criticisms than just the cast was off. Because generally, like I said, generally speaking, losing something in translation is bad, and so is updating a classic. So for Susanna and Polygon by proxy to say, not only would it not be bad if this changed, but it should change, it should lose something in translation, that very much implies that there was something about Sandman that was broken. And is Sandman a perfect story? No, by no means. There are some duds in there. There are some stories that are less compelling than other stories. But to say that it needs to be fixed implies that you think you know better than the source material. And given that this has been a classic since it was first created in 1989, you can fuck yourself, madam. Moving on. Brainstormer? You must have stepped away from the mic again.
I'm back.
Okay. Huzzah.
Yeah, sorry, I had to dump some crust of pizza.
Ah.
All right. Back in 1988, up-and-coming comics writer Neil Gaiman was offered the chance to reboot The Sandman, a classic DC Comics superhero who never quite made it big. This resulting juggernaut of a series illustrated by more than 24 artists over 7 years was a masterclass in mythopoetic storytelling, with barely any superheroes in it at all.
Okay, no. Instant fuck you. We're not doing this. We're not doing this hipster crap. The Sandman, as in Neil Gaiman's version, is as much a superhero story as any other comic ever written. In Preludes and Nocturnes, we see the Martian Manhunter, Mr. Miracle, Etrigan the Demon, Lucifer, Dr. Destiny, aka Jean D, and Destiny, who was pre-established in an anthology before he first appeared in The Sandman. Not to mention references to Wesley Dobbs and the Jack Kirby Sandman, although by the point that it was relevant to the storyline in question, it was the Hector Hall version of the Sandman, who was basically the previous Dr. Fate, who then was chosen by two dream demons and forced into service as a Sandman proxy, and then died and then became a ghost and was still doing it by the time Dream showed up. But to say, okay, this is why, at least in my opinion, the Sandman is a better comic book story than something along the lines of Alan Moore, because Alan Moore was trying deliberately to subvert things and to deconstruct things. Alan Moore, for better or for worse, and in my opinion mostly worse, was sort of patient zero for the deconstruction era of comics.
You know what's funny? I'm sorry. Just sorry to interject here about Alan Moore.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, it's a funny little thing because actually, I think in the '90s, where the whole movement of deconstruction and just downright cynicism and bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Moore actually helped create comics that were kind of the complete opposite of that.
Kind of, yeah.
It's funny that he's kind of like the quote unquote godfather of the deconstructivist era comics, and yet he was also making strides to kind of do reconstructions.
Yeah. And the sad thing is I don't even think he understood that he was doing that. But point being, the thing that, in my opinion, puts Neil Gaiman above Alan Moore in this regard is, whereas Alan Moore tried his darndest to be a deconstructionist and to unravel things and to interject modern day politics and cynicism and nihilism into everything and so on and so forth, Neil Gaiman, being a massive classic comics nerd, threw in all of the possible Easter eggs he could and tied his particular comics back to the classical mythological roots of the superhero genre, thereby creating a continuum between classical mythology and what you could loosely term modern mythology, although I personally hate that phrasing. But yeah, the difference here is Alan Moore took what the superhero was and brought it down to earth. Neil Gaiman took what the superhero was and raised it up to the level of an art form. And that's a very, very crucial difference. It's not deconstructed, it's archetypical. That's why Sandman is better than something like Watchmen. Which isn't to say that Watchmen is bad, except when we're talking about the Damon Lindelof show, but that's a different story. Watchmen is very good, and it did provide necessary depth in the era of the British invasion when the speculator market was damn near killing the comic book industry. But Neil Gaiman took that same impulse and brought the comic essentially up to its highest peak rather than its lowest ebb. Moving on.
Indeed. Give me a sec. Lost my. Okay. All right. The Audible version is a remarkably faithful adaptation that keeps virtually every line of dialogue and narration from the first 3 volumes of The Sandman, which I've actually just finished reading.
Yeah, apparently, as far as they've gotten so far, they've done Preludes and Nocturnes, they've done Doll's House, and they've done Dream Country, and they're going to release another set of audiobooks for Dream Country through I forget what the 6th volume is, but they're gonna do it in chunks rather than making an audiobook for each and every volume, which I think is fine.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. While adding only what was minimally necessary to replace the comic's imagery. I found that accuracy delightful, often pulling down the original comics off my shelves to check against them as I listened.
Okay, I have no problems with this then, because I would probably do the same thing.
I bet you have done that.
You probably would not be wrong. You most definitely would not be wrong.
Alright, but it's also the audiobook's biggest weakness. The Sandman in audiobook is an adaptation where nothing has been lost in translation, except the opportunity to make a story about internal stories more timeless. What?
You mean to tell me that you, who apparently have all of the Sandman volumes on your shelf, which, kudos. I'm certainly not going to get on your nerves for that, because I have an entire shelf in my bookcase that's just Neil Gaiman comic shit. And also I own the DC Vertigo Tarot deck because I'm that much of a nerd for this shit. But someone who apparently has that much respect for the Sandman mythos thinks that it's not timeless enough? I'm sorry, have you been helped recently? Because okay. Just going from time periods. The Sandman first was published in 1989. It ended its publication in 1996, the year after I was born, incidentally. Here we are, 20 years later, and people are still considering it one of the greatest comics ever made, and still referencing it constantly, and still chomping at every possible bit for a adaptation of any kind, to the point where we're getting 2 adaptations in the incoming year, and it still doesn't feel like enough to a lot of people. And you want to sit here and tell me that story needs help having an impact on people, or on culture, or on civilization, or on any fucking thing. Yeah, no, it's going to be a big no from me, I'm afraid. You don't get to sit here and lecture one of the greatest stories ever written in the medium of comics about being more relevant and specific to the time period it's in. Yeah, just fuck you, I'm afraid.
You know what's funny? I think especially now in a lot of modern comic books, well, storytelling in general, like modern storytelling, is that the authors and writers of those stories try to make it modern. And please note, I'm doing the air quotes.
Yes.
And the hip and now, again, quotations there. And most of the time, those stories, yeah, again, for the most part, they are like
dated within like 5 minutes.
dated and easily forgotten. Like most of the time, I don't even think people really even hear when these books come out or hear anything about them. They just slide right into a shelf in a store.
Yeah, and here's the reason why. Because by the time you are old enough but by the time you're enough of an established artist to make a modern take on something, the era you're living in is no longer the era you think you are living in. People with the clout and authority necessary to create stories are, by their very nature, because of that authority, separate from the actual current zeitgeist. The reason being is it takes time to prove yourself worthy of being an artist. And in that time, if you hold on to your idea of what is modern, civilization moves forward. It's exactly the problem that Marvel's New Warriors had, because Daniel Kibblesmith was trying so hard to be modern, but he didn't realize that the people he was trying to create a modern story for, i.e., the younger generation, the later millennials and the Gen Zers, the Zoomers, wouldn't agree with him because he was projecting his idea of what's fresh and new onto the younger generation. And as any teenager can tell you, by the time the adults catch on to the slang is dead. By the time the adults catch on to the onto the new pop culture by its very nature needs to move. That's why teenagers are always saying things like, "You don't understand me, mom," and etc. So the only way to make something that will appeal to the younger generation when you are not of that generation yourself is to create something that is going to last. Because if you create something that is going to last, if you create something timeless, then it has a stronger and more substantive hold on the things it's saying. Whereas
Right.
if you try to create something modern, the thing you'll create will be outdated within 5 minutes because you yourself are not the generation that should be telling the story if you're going to make it modern. Because whatever the new generation does, whatever new expression the younger generation has, always scares the older generation. This is one of the oldest tropes in human history. By the time the younger generation finds its own way, that way will seem unorthodox and frightening to the old guard. The parents of the 50s hated the children of the 60s. The adults of the adults of the 60s and 70s hated the me generation of the 80s. The newly reformed traditionalists of the 80s hated the counterculture of the 90s, and so on and so on and so on. And once again, the problem is these people don't appear to realize that by the time they are the authority figures, by the time they are established, by the time they are quote unquote valid, the younger generation will be doing the next new scary thing. And therefore, whatever they consider the safe, scary thing to be isn't the scary thing anymore. Moving on.
What I was going to bring up is back to the whole thing is that the writers who are well known and well remembered, I don't think really set out to create something to kind of counterpoint your argument on. Most times, I don't think the writers actually intend on making something timeless. They just focus on telling something good and something people would enjoy.
Yeah, which is the other way to go about it. If you're focusing more on what the story is or what the art is rather than what it does, then you'll end up doing a lot more than the person who focuses on what it does.
I mean,
Because,
okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
I was just going to bring up something. It kind of brings up something we were talking about pre-stream.
Mm-hmm.
Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the original creators ever intended him to be like this great icon that he has become today?
No, they just really wanted to tell their story and were sick of getting rejected by every publisher they sent the idea to.
Ironically enough, Superman started out as a Jewish boys' power fantasy.
Kind of, yeah. Sadly enough, and this is going to drive the social justice set crackers, but I remember hearing or seeing an interview with Jerry Siegel. It was either Jerry Siegel or Joseph Store. It was one of them, and he was saying how he and the other one were talking about how um, they essentially viewed Superman as like their ideal self. Like there's literally a line in the interview where he said something to the effect of, "I began to wonder what it would be like if or no, it was like I began to grow resentful of all the women I would try to ask out, but then I began to wonder, what if I was really terrific and could like throw cars around and stuff?" And that was sort of the beginning of Superman, which really, if you look at it through a modern lens, sounds very like incel-y. Like, I know, I'll create a power fantasy where a version of me can throw cars around and shit.
That does explain the first cover.
Yeah, it does.
I've always wondered what he was doing with the car.
Like the thing that always makes me laugh about that cover is like the guy underneath the car is just sitting there like, please don't smash it into me. Like I think the guy who's underneath the car is like genuinely afraid for a second. It's just like, wait, what the fuck? Like judging just from that cover, you could easily see Superman as a villain.
Yeah,
Because
actually,
he's picking up the car and lording it over everyone around him like he's gonna smash it into them or something.
Speaking of villain Superman, on DeviantArt, there's actually someone who did an homage cover of Brightburn with that cover of Superman.
Hmm.
It's actually pretty good. Like, believe it or not, DeviantArt actually has some pretty good artists on it.
Yeah, they do. And most of them honestly should be working in places like the comic book industry because it would end up with a lot better art than we currently have.
There actually is a deviant artist who I believe got to work on Witchblade for Image, and then was able to do their own comic series, a few comic series, I believe.
Well, good for that person.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the grind here.
Right.
Otherwise, we'll be here forever.
Right. All right. Sandman audiobook adapt. I read that. No, I didn't. Sandman, the Sandman audiobook adapts the first 3 volumes of the complete 10-volume set DC Comics has been printing for decades now. Sorry. This includes the comic's opening arc, Preludes and Nocturnes, in which the King of Dreams is imprisoned, escapes, and recovers his artifacts of power. The second arc, Doll's House, in which he seeks out several rogue dreams who have escaped his realm in his absence, and every one of the chapter-long stories included in those 2 volumes and the third. Along the way, we meet a sprawling cast of characters, including a handful of dream siblings, the Endless, members of a family of anthropomorphic personifications of ideas that start with the letter D.
Yeah, the Endless.
You know, I just now noticed that.
Yep. Desire, Despair, Delirium,
Dream, Death.
Dream, Destruction, Destiny, and Death. Yes. Not necessarily in that order. I believe Destiny is the oldest.
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of would figure Death. Well, Death would be second oldest, I'm sure.
Well, you have to have the beginning of something before you can have the end of it. Therefore, something would have to have a destiny before that destiny can be ended in the form of death.
That's fair. I think I was just thinking too much with like the supernatural death, like
Mhm.
Supernatural's death, which is actually a pretty good personification of death.
At least according to the Sandman lore, as far as I understand it, um, destiny, death, and destruction pretty much occurred at around the same, like their birth or creation happened around the same time, because the thing with the Endless is they rule over obviously their area, but they also rule over the opposite of their area, because the opposite of their area requires the absence of those things. So like death death is also there whenever any living thing is born. Destruction is also there when creation begins, and destiny is also there at moments of like random chance, according to the lore. So that is roughly how old destiny, death, and uh, destruction have to be. And of course, dream has to be there to define the parameters of reality, because dreams and reality sort of balance each other.
So moving on.
Mm-hmm.
John Constantine, William Shakespeare, Lucifer Morningstar, and even a few superheroes and villains show up as well.
Which
The
again just directly contradicts the thing you were just saying about how Sandman somehow isn't a superhero story. So not only do you get a fuck you for saying that Sandman isn't a superhero story, but you get a fuck you for contradicting yourself like a paragraph after you said it. Moving on.
The audiobook itself is beautifully produced, and from the casting announcement, it should come as no surprise that the voices are, on the whole, extremely good. I was particularly pleased by Taron Egerton as John Constantine.
Um, Speaking as a fan of both of these characters, no offense to Taron Egerton, but they should have gone with Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is the definitive correct answer when it comes to playing Constantine for the foreseeable future until he dies. Sorry.
I was also thinking of someone else. He's playing the Penguin in Matt Reeves' The Batman.
Colin Farrell or Colin Firth? I can't remember which.
I think it's Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
Like if he was to play like a movie version.
I mean, he's a little bit old to play John, at least at
I
the
mean,
start.
okay. I mean like maybe a few years ago, like maybe 2010 or something.
Yeah.
I still think he's a good actor though. Maybe if he like if DC.
Honestly, I'd rather like to see him as Nergal, who is the demon that drags Astrologue to hell in Johnny's first arc. I think he could do a really interesting voice for Nergal.
Yeah, to be fair, I think again, and I brought this up so many times. DC should not do something different than Marvel and not do live action, but do animated like full theater movies in like and do like the quality of Spider Verse for those DC movies.
Yeah, I'm still of the opinion that that would be a hard sell to a lot of people. Not saying it can't be done, but if anything, I think that would be something you would do in addition to the live action movies, not instead of them.
I don't know. I mean, it would be different than the Marvel.
Yeah, but I think if anything, um, the Snyder era showed exactly why you shouldn't try so relentlessly hard to be different from Marvel, because the thing is, Marvel wasn't doing what they were doing to trademark a system or anything. They were doing what they were doing because it made sense. And
Well, okay,
if
my main thing
if
is
you do the exact opposite of the thing that makes sense, you're going to end up with something along the lines of the Snyderverse.
my main reason for one thing for the whole DC animated universe thing is not because one thing I think it would be it'd be an interesting selling point,
Mm-hmm.
and also let's be honest, Warner Brothers works best in animation than anything else.
They do. This is true, but the problem is there's nothing saying they couldn't translate what worked in the 90s DC animated universe to live action. Like there's nothing saying they can't apply the same standards of storytelling to a live action DC multiverse as they could to the Paul Dini Bruce Timm era of DC animated universe. And more to the point, why in all of the fuck did they not get Paul Dini and Bruce Timm's input on making the DC live action universe? Because if you want a DC universe created from scratch, guys, why don't you talk to the people who did it before? The people who have already done it, the people whose work is still beloved 30 odd years later.
Or how about get people to actually know what the fuck they're doing and respect the goddamn source material?
Well, I think those two kind of go hand in hand, because if it could be said by anyone that Paul Dini and Bruce Timm didn't respect the source material, especially in the 90s, I would require a sincere argument there, because they were extremely faithful in their attempt to translate that.
Oh, speaking of DC '90s things, Batman: Mask of the Phantasm is on Netflix right now.
Ooh, so watching that later.
Dude, I watched it like Friday.
Yeah, so watching that later. That was one of my. I have that somewhere still on VHS tape.
I think I watched it on TV like first time. Anyway, okay. I was particularly pleased by Taron Egerton in John Constantine, Bibid Nurit. I'm saying that name wrong. I'm sorry. As the Siamese cat, and of course the chocolate-voiced James McAvoy as Dream.
Yeah, from what I've seen of the audio drama, again, my personal choice for James McAvoy playing someone in the Sandman would be Desire, because he's shown by virtue of Kevin Wendell Crumb in the Glass trilogy that he can play multiple roles, and Desire's whole shtick is Desire changes depending on who's viewing them. So yeah, I'd have, if I had my way, James McAvoy would have played Desire, but he did a really good job for Dream, so I'm not complaining.
I wonder if I'd cast James McAvoy as a DC character. I was just thinking, like, if I were to cast him in a DC role, who would it be?
Honestly, if assuming, taking out my personal biases towards anything supernatural, he wouldn't be a bad choice for Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying like Bryan Cranston would be a good choice for Mr. Freeze.
I'd rather see him as Temple Fugit, the Clock King. But then again, I really like the Clock King. He's probably like my second favorite Batman villain. And yes, I realize that the Clock King is an amazingly obscure one, but you watch the Batman animated series episode, The Clock King, and you tell me that character is awesome.
Ironically, I've always been interested to see Jim Carrey as the Joker.
Honestly, if I had to, obviously the definitively correct answer would just be to have Mark Hamill play him in live action. Maybe at this point in a Batman Beyond movie or something. But I've always wondered what it would be like if we got Anthony Hopkins to play the Joker.
Oh,
Because Mark Hamill's version of the Joker has always had that kind of almost British accent to him, and guy who played Hannibal Lecter playing the Joker, just like the awesome right itself at that point.
hold on. Okay. Well, I'm going to read a little bit more, and we will come back to that in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Ironically, the biggest sore thumb in the cast is Neil Gaiman himself in the role of the narrator.
Yeah, I have no complaints with this. Obviously, I'm a big fan, honestly, about just everything that Neil Gaiman does, but this is his magnum opus as far as I'm concerned. He might disagree with me on that. He might think that, like, Good Omens or American Gods or something else that he did would be his magnum opus, but at this point, I feel solid in saying that Sandman is the thing that Neil Gaiman will, if I have anything to say about it, be the most remembered for. Which isn't to say that he shouldn't be also remembered for all the other shit. I mean, the man is basically a modern day equivalent of a prophet for, like, classical mythology. But Sandman is the thing that he will be remembered for, I think, for centuries to come. And if I have anything to say about it, definitely so.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
1 second. Okay. I've listened to plenty of Gaiman's audio work before, from books to short story readings to radio plays. I enjoyed them. But in The Sandman, where each chapter kicks off with a Doctor Who like musical fanfare, and actors are crying and hissing and roaring, his storybook monotone sticks out. He's the narrator.
Well, yeah, but I get what she's saying. His voice isn't. And again, love Neil Gaiman to death and tears and whatever the fuck else. But his voice doesn't have much, like, distinction to it on its own. So I can definitely see where she's coming from. Honestly, if it were me, I would just have James McAvoy also be the narrator and have it be kind of like Dream was narrating his own story because, he's the Lord of Dreams and Stories, so why the fuck wouldn't he? But that's just me.
Okay, so we're alright. I wanted a narrator to do more while illustrating with his tone. Ironically, the task of illustrating the Sandman has never fallen to Gaiman before.
Well, no, he was the writer, so yeah, no.
Well, technically he illustrated
Did he?
through the words.
Well, yes, but that's kind of a stretch.
I'm aware. I was just trying to be funny. Did not work.
Yeah, I know, but poetic turns of phrase aside, there's a reason why in comics it's the illustrator's job to translate what the writer wants into a visual medium.
Right. Yeah, see, that's actually always interests me when you write scripts for comics. How does that work? Is the thing for me. Like when you write a script for a comic, do you be detailed in certain panels, or do you write out the layouts?
You basically describe what you want to see, and the illustrator translates what you want to see or what you're mentally picturing into drawing form.
Mhm.
I actually had to do this, ironically enough, with a sort of Sandman fanfic thing. Because last year for my birthday, Jonah Art said he was going to draw me something as like a birthday present. And I was gonna originally have like one of those like avatar drawings for my channel, so that I could have like an animated avatar and that would have multiple facial expressions. But before I did that, I got the idea of a sort of self-insert one-page comic with me talking to Dream. And he had me do a script outline for him so he would know what to draw and whatnot. So yeah, I am ironically somewhat familiar with how comic scripting works, primarily because of the Sandman. Lol.
Hmm.
Also, Jonah Arts. I still haven't gotten that drawing, so
Oh,
no rush, man. But that was last year, and next week is my birthday for this year, so maybe pick up the pace a little bit. I know he has other commissions and shit to do, but still.
oh, hey, by the way, let me, just because we were talking about earlier, found a few pictures of Anthony Hopkins as the Joker. That's image 1.
And I unfortunately can't see it because my Wi-Fi is being stupid and won't process the screen share.
It's basically just face paint. I think it's just a regular image of him
Mm-hmm.
with face paint on.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks like John Wayne Gacy.
Which, given that he was the IRL evil clown that inspired both parts of the Joker and parts of Stephen King's It, that sort of works for me. Yeah. The next Oscar caliber actor who should play the Joker is definitely Anthony Hopkins.
Mm-hmm. All right, and I don't know if you can see this one.
No, unfortunately.
Damn.
It's just not wanting to process the screen share.
That's too bad because I had a picture or two of Jim Carrey as the Joker.
I think Willem Dafoe would be a good choice. Although I'm sure I'm not alone because I've heard other people suggest that.
I just saw a very compelling video essay that talked about Jim Carrey being the Joker.
I think if he was to play the Joker, he should play it along the lines of his character from Cable Guy.
It's funny you bring that up because, well, okay, I'm just showing the pictures for the audiences who will be watching this.
Mm-hmm. I'll see it later when I watch back through.
I think they based a lot of his look on like his mask, like role.
Yeah.
Which actually is a good movie, by the way.
Yes.
I have that on VHS.
Yeah, honestly, both of the masks are pretty good. Don't at me. Yes, I like some of the mask, and yes, I think Alan Cumming is a better Loki than Tom Hiddleston. Also, don't at me.
Yeah, if we ever do another debate, I think that would be a topic. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But
And yes, I'm aware I'm like the only person on the planet Earth who likes Son of a Mask, but I don't care. It's a decent movie.
I saw it when I was younger. I didn't mind it. And the last one here, I think they did base the facial appearance on the Cable Guy. It's actually pretty freaking terrifying.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the Cable Guy was probably Jim Carrey's darkest role, and it's kind of wonderful in that it's his darkest role.
I don't I don't think I've seen it.
You
Or
d
like
Oh my God, you need to see the Cable Guy. It's amazing. Like it's such a weird movie, but it's awesome.
I mean, like I- it's either I don't remember watching it, or I actually have never seen it.
I think you would probably remember if you saw it because it's like I said, it's weird.
I know it has a guy who played Ferris Bueller and Inspector Gadget.
Matthew Broderick.
Met. Whatever happened to him?
He's still in things. He's
Oh,
just
I
not.
know he was in. I know he was in. He was on a Netflix show.
The last thing I remember seeing him in was in a parody of The Producers. He and Nathan Lane were both in it, and it was like a parody of Trump.
Oh, but yeah. Okay, so back to the article.
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe at some point we should really just do a whole segment where we fan cast the DC universe.
That would be interesting, yes.
I call the main line. You get the magic stuff.
As though that wasn't going to be how it shaped out anyway.
I feel like it had to be said though.
Yeah, but still.
Or we can just,
All is right with the world as long as that is the arrangement, basically.
or we do the whole thing and basically compare each one and like have a discussion.
Yeah, that would also be interesting.
As long as you don't give me shit for Superman.
Why? Who are you planning on casting for Superman?
No, I mean like you just shit on.
Yeah, I promise I won't snark off about Superman too much. I might still throw a little bit of shade in there, but I won't snark off that much. Honestly, my ideal would be like a period set DC universe that was actually set in like the era of the Golden Age. I've always thought that that was one of DC's biggest missteps. They didn't take advantage of that because, dear DC, Captain America notwithstanding, Marvel has almost nothing in the Golden Age that they can match you with. So if you had done a Justice Society movie first or a lead up to a Justice Society movie first, that's literally an era they can't touch you in.
Actually, funny enough, I did a video where I pitched a movie of Justice League, All Star Justice League. I'll go check it out.
Hmm.
I had characters that have been established for decades or so, and
Hmm.
basically you could have done like essentially prequel films that were set in different time periods.
Yeah.
Like I think I had Superman technically set in the '60s.
Yeah, I would have gone back further. Like I said, I would have started with the Justice Society. It would have basically been like a period piece version of Watchmen, the Zack Snyder Watchmen, not the David Lindelof Watchmen, because fuck that thing.
Right. Uh, Fortunately, Gaiman isn't always the narrator, and even when he is, the audiobook still has lovely stretches of achievement. The whole opening arc comes off great. The cameos from John Constantine, the original Sandman, Wesley Dawes, and superhero Mr. Miracle are bright highlights.
Once again, I want to point out that you said that Sandman wasn't a superhero story, and now you've contradicted yourself twice.
God damn it, I thought I was going to sneeze.
Ah. Um. Also, you forgot to mention the secondary Sandman, who in this case was Hector Hall. even though it sets up for Daniel Hall, who I hate, it's still nice that the one of the things that I love about Sandman is that it retconned, but it retconned inclusively rather than exclusively. Rather than saying bits and pieces of this weren't canon, it's essentially saying everything is canon. There's just a bit that you didn't see before.
Wasn't
Which
that
makes total sense. Go ahead, sorry.
wasn't the second Sandman dead in Sandman?
Yes, he was a ghost because
Okay.
he had died, and because Brute and Glob liked him, they let him remain alive in the dreaming.
Hmm.
And then Dream found out, and Brute and Glob were ripped several new assholes because they essentially tried to replace him with a mortal ghost, and that was a very stupid idea. Do not fuck with the Lord of Dreams and Nightmares, ladies and gentlemen. It will not go well.
All right, so the series also stars in adaptations of Sandman's single-issue tangent tales, like that of the accidental immortal Hobgoblin,
Hobgadling. Yes.
The Dreams of Cats, and the original 1605 production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I will be completely honest, I had always said, like, for a long time, I had always called it A Midnight Summer's Dream.
Kind of a little bit dyslexic, but I understand why that happened.
I was a kid at the time, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Also, if I say it too quick, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know I have something I cannot do English well.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think there are many modern Americans who can English properly. Because we're Americans and we don't need no stinking proper grammar, apparently.
And to everyone who's like that, I am sorry, and also y'all a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yes.
Anyway, it may seem odd to call the Sandman audiobook an adaptation. Audiobooks are, after all, translations, readings intended to preserve an unaltered text.
Okay, so you're undermining the very premise of your article now. Why do like it's there comes times like this where I feel like, do we even need to be here? They're undermining their own shit, but then again, it's also sort of like the intellectual equivalent of a car wreck. You can't look away from it. Why would you bring up the why would you bring up the direct counterpoint to your point? Why? That makes, like, if you're trying to make a case, make the case first, then process some of the possible counter arguments. Don't undermine your argument before you've even gotten a chance to make it. Like, this is far from even philosophy 101. This is just being a coherent human being 101. You're failing at. Thoroughly. Oy. Okay, moving on.
Mm-hmm. But The Sandman isn't a book, it's a comic book, and its audiobook isn't just translating textual words to spoken ones, it's an adaptation masquerading as a translation.
I don't know how I feel about that because it doesn't really make much of it. It doesn't really make much of a difference, in my opinion, because of the fact that whether it's a book or a comic, you're still reading the lines word for word and translating them to audio format. So
I mean, it's weird because, all in all, technically, this audiobook is a comic dub. And if you don't know what a comic dub is, just look it up on YouTube.
yeah. Also, speaking of Sandman comic dub, there's a really great version of Sound of Her Wings, which is the first issue that introduces death in Sandman. It's issue 8, the final issue of Preludes and Nocturnes, done by a guy by the name of Russian Comic Guy on YouTube, and it's really good. So yeah, check that out if you're interested in comic dubs of Sandman stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's a product of writers and audio artists making choices about how to present purely visual information. It would be a disservice to the many artists who crafted the comic to pretend otherwise. The flaw of the audiobook is that it's an adaptation where the creators don't make enough choices.
So you are genuinely saying that you want them to edit things and fuck it up. I don't. How can you even? Sweetheart, generally speaking, the changes made in an adaptation are something to be avoided. They are a necessary evil or something that is inevitable that should be minimized as much as possible when you're translating from one medium to another. And here we have an example of a time when very, very few changes need to be made, and you're complaining about it. Have you ever read anything or liked any art ever and then seen it adapted to another medium? How many movies have been ruined because the air quotes creatives decided that they knew better than the source material? And here we have one of the few cases where adaptational choices can be meaningfully avoided, and you're complaining. This genuinely hurts my head. I don't know how anyone can be this pompously, arrogantly fucked in the head. Adaptations are to be avoided where possible when adapting any source material. And you're gifted with one of the least adapted adaptations ever, and you're bitching. I can't, like, just look, for example, just look at the recent Artemis Fowl debacle. And I've never been a huge fan of Artemis Fowl, but on the behalf of every Artemis Fowl fan who's ever Artemis Fouled, I can imagine they would be screaming at you right now, because so much of what was wrong with that movie was stupid, cockamamie, arrogant, quote unquote creative decisions made by people who didn't value and didn't understand and didn't value the source material. So how can you be looking at every fan of any source material's dream, the adaptation with as few adaptations as possible, and be complaining about it? You spoiled, arrogant prick, darling. That's just, wow, this is a new level of stupid even for us.
That's saying some, considering a Game of Thrones article and the Mary Sue stuff.
Hmm?
That's saying something, you know.
Yeah, given the depths that we've fallen to before, I almost want to apologize to that woman who made the "I'm better than everyone because I don't like Game of Thrones" article for The Guardian.
Hey,
But
no, you're a little quiet there.
I said I almost want to apologize to that woman who made the "I'm better than everyone because I don't like Game of Thrones" article for The Guardian, but just because this is even stupider than that doesn't mean that her original proposition wasn't stupid. So there's that.
Wow, this is stupider.
Hmm?
This is more stupid than the Game
Well,
of Thrones.
yeah, like I said, think about every adaptation of a source material you've ever like dreaded because they were making too many goddamn changes. And
No,
here,
I'm just saying, dude, that this is stupider than the Game of Thrones article, and that's saying something. That really is.
yeah, yeah, we've officially hit a lower point than I'm better than everyone because I don't like Game of Thrones.
I think Erupt was on for that one.
Yes, he was. It was one of the few he was actually here for, and it was, in my opinion, that still might be my favorite segment we've ever done. Just because that was just tearing that apart made me feel good inside.
Mm-hmm. All right. So back to the article at hand. Um, an ad flaw is nowhere more conspicuous.
Conspicuous.
Conspicuous. Thank you, Dalton. Than in its word for word reproductions of the Sandman's casual violence against queer people and women.
What in the immortal catacombs of fuck are you saying?
Okay, so again, I've only read the first three, and since
Well, this is an adaptation of the first three, so you're free to engage with this
right, I
one.
know. So I was gonna say, like I have the knowledge for the quote unquote adaptation. Uh, there there isn't, as far as I can remember, any. It's not casual violence. It's just violence.
Like violence happens, but none of it is particularly like it's not as though there's a mustache twirling homophobe in one of the first three volumes. I mean, Game of You gets a little bit heavy-handed, but there was actually a point of Game of You when Game of You was made, so even that you could call like making a point.
I mean, there are some. The 24-hour diner. I can't remember the character's name, but you know,
But in 24-Hour Diner, literally everyone in the diner was basically just a toy for Dr. Destiny to play with.
yeah,
And that is the degree to which he gave a shit about them. So, and also need to remind you, Dr. Destiny was framed as the bad guy. So
also,
bad guy does bad things. This just in.
no shit. Yeah. Also, in like Preludes and Nocturnes, when Dream was captured, a lot of crazy shit happened during his capture.
Yeah.
But that's again, it's because he was the Dream Lord, and you take the Dream Lord away, shit gets kind of out of hand.
Yeah, you take the essence of dreams out of dreams, and then spontaneously shit goes wrong. No
I,
shit. It's kind of
like
like when Destruction quit. That began the fucking World Wars.
right, like the little girl who went to sleep and was in like a comatose state for like decades.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of terrible shit happened to her. Well, she was raped and had a child in comatose.
yeah, which is just. Ugh. But then again, if you remove a force of nature, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Nigh apocalyptic shit. That's what.
I would say possibly maybe that bit was a little excessive, but overall, I will refute her point. There's no casual violence. Oh, and uh, second book.
Doll's House.
Doll's House. Thank you, Don. Um, the whole killers convention. They're serial killers, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and even allowing that there is something approximating casual violence in the story, none of it is directed specifically towards LGBT people because they're LGBT. There might be some LGBT people who suffer along with everybody else with indiscriminate violence, but none of it is directed at them for being LGBT. Like, no one goes, I'm going to be specifically meaner to you than everybody else because you're the gay or something. That would, yeah, that did not, nowhere in, nowhere in the first three. Again, Game of You, a little bit heavy-handed, and probably the weakest of the major arcs, sure. But at least as far as the first three goes, yeah, not only wouldn't not only wouldn't I go far enough to say there's such a thing as casual violence, but even if we grant that the violence in question is in some way casual, it's not directed at LGBT people specifically, so fuck you. And I'm speaking, by the way, as an LGBT person, so yeah,
Mm-hmm.
fuck you.
I will say though, the serial killer kind of Comic Con arc was entertaining to say the least.
Yeah. The serial convention is I like one of the most darkly funny stories in the entire lot. And I love the fact that Dream is disappointed in the Corinthian for not being evil enough because he was supposed to be like the commentary on the darkness of human beings, and all he was a serial killer.
Yeah,
And
you expect him to be like, honestly, kind of was like something in line with a Joker if you're thinking about it.
yeah, like if yeah, if the Corinthian was on par with the Joker, maybe that would be more applicable. But even that, relative to like all of human like indecency, you'd expect the Corinthian to wind up running a country or being basically like Hitler or something to be a true to truly be a reflection of all of the evils of humanity. I mean, I can understand why Dream is disappointed. It's just funny to me that the problem wasn't that he was being immoral, or the problem wasn't that he was being a murderous bastard. It was that he was supposed to be a reflection of everything wrong with humans, and yet all he was doing with his life was being a serial killer.
Yeah, that's actually is disappointing when you really look at it from that perspective.
It's like trying to make the world's largest nuclear bomb, and then it just has like the blast radius of an average grenade. It's not saying that a grenade wouldn't hurt like a motherfucker, but when you're trying to create when you're trying to create a doomsday weapon and all you can get is a standard grenade, that kind of fails horribly.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there are plot essential background elements that easily could have been softened or diminished for a 2020 adaptation.
Why? I seriously, I demand to know why you would want anything about as much as those dark elements might make you uncomfortable, darling, they are a significant part of what makes the Sandman the Sandman. He's also the Lord of Nightmares. Therefore, you want at least part of the story to be in some way nightmarish. Because again, he's a force of nature, and forces of nature, much like the honey badger, do not give a fuck. Forces of nature are impartial and indifferent. That's kind of their whole shtick. So if you want, and it's not to say there aren't more fantastical aspects of the Sandman. It's not all doom, gloom, and dark and gritty and grr. There are stories like the Shakespeare one or the Midsummer Night's Dream one that are like almost explicitly and entirely like fantasy based. But
I think it was in the second one, Dollhouse. My kind of favorite story is the one where Dream every 100 years would meet a man. Uh, the can't remember his name.
Hobgadling.
His name was in the goddamn motherfucker.
Yes, Hobgadling.
Thank you.
The one that he and his sister have a bet over.
I wonder if that story would ever get concluded, or did it get concluded?
I think it gets concluded in the wake. I think because Hob ends up basically being like, I don't want to live anymore. Around the same time that Dream, spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't read all the way to the wake, dies for stupid bullshit reasons.
Makes sense. It makes sense in the fact that when you have the only other companion who appears to you every 100 years, almost the only other person you can sort of feel a kinship with in that way,
yeah,
is gone. Well,
then he finally cashes in the marker of I'm ready to actually go. Yeah, it's a nice poetic moment, and it kind of works to eulogize Dream, because he does it. I'm almost sure it's like the issue before the like funeral part, and it starts to act as like the unraveling of the story. But then again, it's been a while since I've read The Wake, so don't quote me on that.
mm-hmm.
Right,
so
I revisit the Sandman every so often because it is my favorite comic ever made, but I usually avoid the end of the Kindly Ones and The Wake because, in my humble opinion, Dream should not have died because it doesn't make sense from either a narrative perspective or a metaphysical, like in-universe perspective. It just happened because Dream didn't, or because Gaiman didn't want other writers to essentially have leeway to ruin his creation, which I respect him for, but you could have come up with a better way of ending that off than giving it to pompous, juvenile Dream Jesus asshole there. And yes, I hate Daniel Hall. What of it?
mm-hmm.
Moving forward.
Take the character of Judy, a doomed lesbian woman on the outs with her girlfriend, who appears in one issue only. In 24-Hour Diner, where she has made a toy like everyone else in the diner for Dr. Destiny, or Dr. D.
Yes, he did. He didn't specifically single her out because she was gay. Like, her gayness never factored into her torture. He was an asshole who wanted to torture everyone because he could and he wanted to, and he had the resources to.
God damn, Dr. Destiny was fucked.
Yeah, yeah. He was several stones shy of a full tiara there.
No, a few Z's short of a full sound sleep.
Which is especially ironic when you consider that Dream was so grateful to him for figuring out to destroy the ruby that he gave the entire world a night of peaceful sleep. Which, side note, Dreamlord, why the fuck do I have so much regular insomnia? Why the fuck do both of us have regular insomnia?
I want to be an early riser. I just take long naps in the middle of the day, so.
Yeah, that's probably not exactly advisable. But anyway, in complaining to the Dream Lord about our insomnia aside, moving back to the article,
Yeah. Did we need to keep the detail that the first queer couple in the story is physically abusive? What?
Okay, I vaguely remember what she's talking about, and the problem with that is that everyone in the diner was a fully rounded character, which meant they have good aspects and they have bad aspects. Are you saying that every gay character has to be a perfect saint or they're gaying wrong? Because if that is what you are implying by that
Rowan's an
statement,
asshole.
yes, I am gladly say yeah, I will gladly admit that I am an asshole, and all other things being equal, I would probably wind up like Mr. Glass. But being that as it may, if you are implying that a gay person has to be perfect in order to qualify as a gay person, then so much fuck you that I could cry.
I have a reference for this, an example to counteract her argument.
Mm-hmm.
Comic character from I believe it was Wildstorm, which was a company of Image in the '90s by Jim Lee.
Mm-hmm.
The Authority by I believe Warren Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the character is a stand-in for Superman. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Apollo,
Hmm.
and also his lover, who's a stand-in for Batman, the Midnighter.
So gay Superman and Batman
Pretty much,
archetype?
yeah. Pretty much, yeah. But the thing about the Authority was they were powered. Well, the team name, the Authority.
Yeah, they had gone mad with power and were being all authoritarian about shit.
No, they just were more of. They were more of controlling and authoritative
Mm-hmm.
with certain things. I mean, they killed people,
Yeah.
on people.
So basically, Justice Lords, gay Justice Lords.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. So you have characters that were superheroes, well, anti-heroes.
Yeah, super anti-heroes.
Mm-hmm. Were gay, but morally compromised in some ways.
Kind of like a three-dimensional human being tends to be, you know?
Yeah. Um, Honestly, I don't think anyone's done an actual paragon archetype of like a gay paragon archetype, though.
Mm,
Not to my knowledge, anyway.
well, in a lot of gay like romance novels, of which I have read a staggering amount because
Shocker.
don't at me. Um, there does tend to be like a paragon type character, especially in my preferred subgenre, which is the one where a jock character and a nerd character get together because again, duh. Um, where usually like the jock character is the super protective, upstanding one. And like the closest thing in comics would probably be like Hulkling and Wiccan. Their dynamic is very much that same way where Hulkling is very protective of Wiccan and whatnot.
Oh, you just had to bring him up, didn't you?
What can I do? He's cute and adorable, and as we were just discussing, he's kind of a paragon, which makes him even more adorable.
Well, also the point that I think at any point, given the chance, you will mention Holtman and Wiccan.
Yes, because they're an amazing gay couple, and they also happen to be the superhero equivalent of my ideal relationship. And once again, incidentally, Hulkling, if you and Wiccan can't make it work, and you can find your way to my side of the multiverse, and magical geeks are your thing, look me up.
Yeah, Marvel's really fucking over their actual gay characters.
Yeah, I know they have so many genuinely awesome quote unquote diverse characters, and yet when was the last time anyone heard of Hulkling and Wicked? Which is
Uh,
probably the best gay couple that Marvel ever made.
North Star was also gay, I believe, and they actually did a comic event where he got married
Mm-hmm.
in the X-Men, I believe. If you don't know who North Star is, he was a mutant in Alpha Flight, which was a Canadian super team. That's pretty much all I know about him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did we need the multiple fleeting florid references to the brutalization of queer underage male sex workers?
I
What?
don't remember when this was off the top of my head, but if it was in 24-Hour Diner, we just discussed that Dr. Destiny treated everyone like toys
Well, no,
and brought out the
it
worst
says
aspect of everyone because he thought that was funny.
I don't know. Maybe I should get the books.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. I would get mine, but I mine are in the omnibus format, which is a big fucking 2 or 3 Bibles thick of comic.
All right. Well, I know it's not in the third one, so it had to be in the first two, which they're referring to. I might check it out later. Anyway, did we need to create an audioscape of a man nervously raping the muse Calliope?
Yes. Yes, we did. Because that is in the material, and because, as I just went over, Dream is a force of nature. He does not give a fuck about petty human moralities. Does that make him kind of morally ambiguous from time to time? Yes. Hence why, in I believe it's Season of Mist, the the other Endless yell at him for being a moron by damning his wife to or his human lover to hell because she refused him. But he's also the Lord of Nightmares, so naturally, any story in which all aspects of him are on display, there's going to be some nightmarish shit going on. Plus, that story was more about the depravity of human ambition. And incidentally, the guy in that story was framed as the villain. So are you saying that we shouldn't be able to show villains doing truly villainous things? Because somehow we can't handle it, or somehow it cheapens or worsens the material to have actually jarring or actually um, emotionally impactful shit in them. In which case, fuck you. I have faith in people's ability to handle it, and anyone who can't handle stuff like that probably shouldn't be reading one of the darkest dark fantasy comics ever written. Did it maybe go a little overboard? Sure. Are you the one who gets to make that decision? Fuck no.
It's funny. The whole like when I first read the Dream Country, and
Hmm.
you and I had conversations prior to streaming about
Yeah.
that essential story, which is actually
Hmm.
I like that story a lot.
Yeah,
Simply,
it's a really great story, especially in the way that it like mirrors what happened to Dream too.
yeah, and it also it gives you information on muses,
Yeah.
and I found that interesting. And we had a discussion on simply that. Well, I said I didn't like the guy that was technically the main character of that story, like obviously because you're not supposed to like him.
Yeah, no, he is definitively the bad guy. That's why when we see him punished by Dream later on, in the capricious, ironic way that Dream is wont to do that, we feel catharsis when he basically is tortured by so many good ideas that he can't process all of them for the rest of his life.
Right. And you, like I said, you and I had the conversation of how we ourselves would react to a muse, um, and like if we were to have a deal with a muse to be a writer or anything like that, right?
Hmm.
I don't remember what you said you'd do, but I remember saying that I would honestly try my best to have a actual working relationship. Like
Yeah,
the muse would be like essentially a co-writer.
yeah. I could see you doing that. I could see you like dedicating all of your work to one specific muse. And given what we see later on with Dream and Shakespeare, we do kind of see a more healthy version of that same dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Also, probably I would never touch the muse.
Yeah, no, the idea of raping, well, anything at all, but in particular a metaphysical being who's been around for probably hundreds of thousands of years by this point, it's just where do you get the sheer chutzpah at that point to even consider doing that?
Well, not simply because, well, yeah, not only that it's completely fucking wrong and disgusting, but also on the fact that I would not be capable of physical intimacy.
Yeah, which it's funny because I didn't think of this for like the last 5 or 6 times I've read Sandman, but because I've been reading Dresden Files recently, there's a character in there that sort of is relevant here, which is the Liana Shi, who is basically the fairy equivalent of a muse, but her whole thing is she falls in love with an upcoming artist, and her her love causes them to become inspired, but it also slowly drains their life force away, and they all die young. It's basically a sort of supernatural explanation for why um so many brilliant artists have such tragic and short-lived ends. I, I feel like if this were I feel like if this were made today, that story would have ended by Dream trading Calliope for the Lianashi and giving the guy the Lianashi and then having her drain him dry and then have him die young. That would have almost been a more fitting end to the story.
Yeah. So, wouldn't that mean possibly Van Gogh was one of
It if we're going by the lore strictly, sure, but as far as I'm aware, there's nothing to indicate in his work to suggest he was inspired by a muse or anything along those lines.
I actually had to draw a Van Gogh painting for a class.
Hmm.
Yeah,
How did that go?
I'm not the greatest artist. I try my best.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the hand-eye coordination for painting either, so don't feel bad.
No, I had to draw it. Like literally draw it.
Oh,
Pen and paper. Well, pencil and
so,
paper.
so you had to do a drawing of a painting, but they didn't let you paint it. That's weird.
Well, it was a draw. It was literally a drawing class.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. My favorite art class that I ever went to or was in was the sculpture and ceramic class because I
Oh yeah, that was a good one. I made a mask in which I actually still have had hanging up.
yeah
Where did I put it?
I got to make a bunch of really interesting things, and I've always felt that statues and like pottery and stuff are like my favorite form of art.
I made a plate.
Hmm.
We don't use it.
Hmm. I have a little bowl that I made for like ritual offerings that I almost never use.
Like I tried to make a mug once. Didn't work out.
One of my favorite things I made though was definitely the we were studying Egyptian art, and so I made a sarcophagus, which I still have somewhere, but I don't remember what I did with it.
Yeah.
I should really get back into pottery. That was so fun.
All right. So, where was I? Or to painstakingly, without edits, retell the plot in essential one-story facade. The moral of which can be read as suicide isn't tragic if you're freakish enough. Okay, I just read this, actually. I just read this story.
Oh. Did you miss the...
And that ain't the fucking point at all.
Yeah. You have any more you want to say before I attempt to rip this a new asshole?
Well, for one thing, the story goes that the female metamorpho, I believe her name is... I can't remember her name. God damn it. But a female metamorpho, she's just really fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. Deeply she hates her physical appearance, and it is sad. And I do get it. Like when I was younger and stuff, I had somewhat of body image issues. I'm sure Dalton has had that before too.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to be crippled in like 50 different ways and also shorter than everyone ever and not have body image issues occasionally.
Yeah, that's why I never took my shirt off at a pool.
And it's probably one of the reasons that contributes to me always wearing fucking suits, bow ties, and top hats, because that's the only way that I can make myself look even remotely like physically appealing.
All right, backing away from the abyss. Now,
yeah.
The thing is that it's also the problem was that there wasn't really anyone there to comfort or take care of her, to help her get through that pain.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a tragedy upon itself, but still, death is really the only one who actually gave enough of a shit to
help her.
Yeah, to help her. Thank you, I don't want
to. And here's the other half of that. She was immortal, so she has cut herself off from humanity because she knows damn well that any friends that she will make will age, wither, and die before she can even notice. That's one of the reasons she wanted to die, because she was insignificant. And also, being a metamorphized being was extremely painful from what I remember of the story. So she was in massive amounts of pain. She couldn't accept her appearance, and she literally couldn't connect to other people because she was afraid of hurting them. And along comes death, who, being, the nicest entity ever, finally lets her in on the way out. That doesn't mean that suicide is not tragic, but here's the thing. And if we're doing the stupid thing where we're translating this into real world terms, if a person was, say, terminally ill, let's say somebody had like stage 5 cancer, it had metastasized to everywhere, and the person was in unspeakable agony for the rest of their life, and they were on like life support or something, would it be a tragic thing to let them have release at that point? Or let's say, somebody has lived a full life. Like, let's say somebody is 90 years old and they have developed severe Alzheimer's to the point where they can't function anymore. Is it at that point tragic to let them go? See, this is the problem. It wasn't even necessarily a suicide. It was asking permission to die. She didn't actually kill herself. She just asked Ra to rescind the immortality he gave her, and then nature took its course, which is the other which is the other theme of the story. Immortality, by its very nature, is anathema to existence, because it's natural for things to have their time and then to die, hopefully as peacefully as possible, which is a consistent theme throughout the story, because we see it with Hobgadling, we see it a little bit with Dream at the end with the wake, but I dislike that because it makes no fucking sense, and it's probably the poorest rendition of this theme. But yeah, sometimes death is a release. That doesn't mean it's not tragic, but it does mean that, much like Dream, death is not bound by morality. She is a force of nature. And sometimes a force of nature, however destructive it may be, can be a positive thing. In order to have creation, you have to have destruction. In order to have life be a meaningful thing, you eventually have to have at least the option of peace. And so on. And this all completely went over your head because you are forcing real-world implications onto the story that were nowhere to be found in the story. And not only that, but you want to see the story edited to your sensibilities. Fuck you so very hard. Moving on.
Alright, and could we have taken a second look perhaps at the suggestions that it is just as appropriate a pronoun as he, she, or they for Dream's gender fluid sibling Desire? Okay, again, and we kind of had a conversation about this pre-stream for a totally different topic, but you said that the endless themselves transcend that, right?
Yeah, they transcend any limitations you would put on a human. And it is appropriate to Desire because some of the things that Desire will take the form of are not beings. Therefore, at least in some respect, Desire is an it. That doesn't mean Desire is always an it, hence why the pronoun changes and hence why it's not always applicable. Because Desire changes depending on who is viewing them or it. It's not saying that trans people are objects, it's saying that the entity known as Desire can take the form of things which are objects, and therefore it is an appropriate pronoun for them. Because Desire does not limit itself to the nature of beings. In the same way, Dream can give dreams to inanimate objects. There's a spin-off story in, I believe, Sandman Overture, where apparently Dream gives dreams to stars, and that's what keeps stars burning. Which, frankly, in and of itself, is one of the most awesome things I think I've ever read in a comic. So yeah, you're projecting humanity onto explicitly non-human constructs, and there's your problem. You're attempting to treat a storm or the force of gravity like it's a person, and it transcends personhood. Therefore, your hypothesis is fucked. Moving on.
I would love to hear audio productions of later arcs of The Sandman, like a season of Mist, in which a conclave of gods petitions Dream for the keys to hell. Brief lives in which Dream takes his little sister Delirium on a cross country road trip to find their lost brother Destruction, or the tragic, never ending story of Dream's son Orpheus.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the French Revolution part of the Sandman, but I can understand why a person would like that. But my question is, what makes those different than the stories you just poo-pooed all over, other than they offended your sensibilities? And if you genuinely believe that Dream as a character should not offend your sensibilities ever, then I must once again point out that he is a force of nature, and nature do not give a fuck. Because Dream is the source of every dream, including the really offensive ones. That's why characters like the Corinthian exist. Because as uncomfortable as it might make us all, there are some people who dream of murdering sons of bitches. And therefore, Dream is just responsible for the dreams of Ted Kaczynski or Jeffrey Dahmer or
John Wayne
fucking,
Gacy.
thank you, I couldn't think of his name. As he is for, Michelangelo's David or the Mona Lisa. And here's the other thing. It even transcends the issue of quality, because just as Dream inspired Shakespeare, he also, by reason of, by extending the logic out, inspired people like Tommy Wiseau and Stephenie Meyer. You can make the argument, though, I guess, that some of his ideas were corrupted by the humans that he stuck them in, but either way, whether it's a good idea, a bad idea, a moral idea, or an immoral idea, Dream is responsible for it in some way, at least as far as the mythos of Sandman goes. So you can't project morality onto a being who literally predates the very concept of morality and probably created it, if we're being entirely honest, within the context of this mythos. Moving on.
But I'll firmly pass if that means we're going to be revisiting the A Game of You arc without any considered updates made to the character of Wanda, a trans woman whose identity is denied at every turn, including by a god of the feminine, until she dies along with most of the cast and her bigoted family buries her in a suit and with a short haircut under a stone with her dead name on it.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that was the point of the story. The point of the story was that those things are bad. Okay. You cannot continue in this assumption that portraying bad things happening to otherwise good people means that those bad things are acceptable. Saying this happens is not equivalent to saying this is therefore all right. Especially not given the story in question, the one you just referenced, is basically the ideal social justice story. Because its whole moral, if you can call it that, is things like dead naming or refusing to acknowledge someone's identity is bad. Barbara was probably the first trans character in DC's continuity, and the entire story revolves around her friends accepting her and her family refusing to accept her. And yet somehow, even this, probably the most social justice of all the stories ever written in comics, is problematic because it portrays trans people being oppressed, even though you fundamentally believe, as per your ideology, that trans people were historically oppressed. So what you're telling me is, even though Neil Gaiman bought into your entire worldview 20 years before anyone else had even conceived of it, pretty much, the fact that he portrays your worldview in all of its aspects, including the negative ones, means that even Game of You is somehow problematic. What the actual fuck? Barbara's parents in the story are the villains of the story for dead naming her and for burying her in a male identity. It's supposed to be tragic. And unfortunately, bad things, again, can be just as profound as good or neutral things. Because, again, Dream is the lord of nightmares as much as he is the lord of dreams. God damn, you would have thought or at least I was thinking that they would be arguing that everything would be made similar to Game of You, but apparently even Game of You, which I thought was too heavy-handed with the social justice themes, is problematic by modern standards. What the actual fuck?
Crazy times we're living in. Crazy times.
A person writes a story trying to please every aspect of you, and you still find something wrong with it. I can't. There's no word for that other than ungrateful, privileged cunts. I'm sorry. Moving on.
Uppity, tight, aristocratic bitches is how I say it.
Yes, that is also a fair way of putting it.
That's going on a T-shirt, folks. Whenever
there. Seriously, because it's like a king demanding that all his peasants come to his birthday celebration and give him gifts, and then when they come and give him gifts, he finds reasons why the gifts are insufficient and throws the person in the dungeon anyway, even if it's something that the king specifically asked for. It's like the king inviting his subjects to a celebration of his birth with a list of, these are the things I would like you to get me. The peasants get those exact things, and the king still feeling entitled to complain about the things he got.
And that is one of the many reasons why I do not like kings.
Yeah, no, fuck kings, but either way, it's even worse when they're nothing but cultural aristocrats, because cultural aristocrats by rights don't have any actual power, they don't have any actual utility, they don't actually do anything. At least kings were responsible for like diplomacy and planning out war strategies and shit, but these people want all of the privileges of being an aristocrat with none of the responsibilities.
What responsibilities?
Yeah, aristocrats used to have to be accountable to their subjects. They had to make sure that their subjects weren't like starving and shit. But these people, they don't want any of the responsibilities of the aristocrats. They just want all of the perks.
All right, so we really need to finish this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, The Sandman was written and set between 1988 and 1996, and was undoubtedly informed by contemporary events like the AIDS epidemic in America and England. Its treatment of queer people as sympathetic victims rather than deserving ones can be seen as progressive in its time. In that context, it's perhaps easier to dismiss the comic's use of homophobic statements as villainous chatter, easier to file its depiction of queer lives as often brutish and short under the umbrella of contemporary realism.
in Game of You, he was making the exact point that you are making now, that it is not fair to be a trans person or whatever the fuck.
It
And
ain't fair
yet,
to be anyone.
yeah, even though by rights this is agreeing with you, you're still having an issue with it because even though you think that the negative things do happen, you'd rather they not be portrayed. And again, the people making the homophobic slurs and whatnot in that story are the bad guys. So, are you genuinely telling me that you don't want villains to be able to do bad things? And how exa- how exactly how exactly are we supposed to build up sympathy for a trans character or an LGBT character or whatever demographic you want to build sympathy for if they never face any sort of hardship or never rise above any sort of hardship? If they never have, if a hero never has to deal with anything villainous, then they can't be seen as noteworthily noble. Like in order to demonstrate the nobility of a hero, you have to have them face some sort of contrary force. But apparently, trans people are so special they shouldn't have to deal with hardship, even though every kind of human being ever deals with some hardship at some point in time. Because that's, what it is to be human, unfortunately. Even I'm having a hard time pretzeling my brain into the appropriate shape with this one. What honestly are you complaining about? What what is win state for this? What is the ideal storytelling for a Game of You whenever they get around to Game of You?
Oh, by the way, you weren't kidding when this is basically the Mary Sue for gaming.
Yeah, that's what Polygon has always been. I remember I remember following Gamergate back in the day, and that's basically what everyone's opinion of Polygon was.
Back in the day, God, that makes it sound old.
Well, 2013, which was like 7 years ago.
Now, in the grander schemes, it's not that long ago.
Well, not that long ago, but long enough ago that it's not like contemporary anymore. Even though you still get people complaining in articles about Gamergate.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Moving forward.
But the Sandman audiobook is a fresh new creation, and the choice to recreate inessential instances of rape, homophobia, and queer tragedy, which are all part of the fucking story, and to show that shit fucking happens in real goddamn life.
And also to emphasize that the wonder of Dream is counterbalanced by the tragedy of Nightmares. That whole dichotomy there.
Mm-hmm.
Completely fucking missing the point of the. Go ahead.
Especially working directly with the series' original writer, simply reads as callous. Gaiman himself has said that he would change aspects of the comic if it were written today. Audible's edition doesn't. But one thing, I mean, look, I have no problems if he wants to try and redo some things he thinks he could have done better now, since he's gotten better at writing over the last, I believe, 20 or so years.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I do think that if he tries to do a modern rendition of Sandman, it's going to be missing something. Both because I think there's less material to work with now than there was then, but also because way back when this was Neil Gaiman, this was his first true, honest to goodness big break. Before he was a novelist, before he was any of that shit, while he was still like eking out a living as a journalist in some obscure magazine somewhere. This was his big attempt to sort of make his mark on the world stage, and he was young and hungry and ready to prove himself and ready to give it his all. I'm not sure, and I hope to every deity of every pantheon that I'm wrong, but I'm not sure he has that same fire that he did once upon a time. And don't get me wrong, there are things about the Sandman that I would change. Like, for example, I do not think Dream should die at the end. And if he does die at the end, I think it makes more sense for someone like Lucian or Matthew to take over his position as the locus of dreaming than it does to conjure up a spoiled, rotten demigod child, which is Daniel Hall. And just be like, I know you were just born 5 minutes ago, kid, but here, take the entirety of dreams. I hate the ending. I love the Sandman. I love it dearly, but I hate the ending primarily because Daniel Hall is such a goddamn Gary Sue Deus Ex Machina bastard, and every part of him annoys me. Moving on.
All right. If I'm being blunt about this, it's out of love, a deep affection and nostalgia for the Sandman and the quality of its storytelling when the series is at its greatest. Gaiman and his collaborators, a murderer's row of industry giants like Kelly Jones, Colleen Duran, Chris Bachalo, and more, crafted one of the very best stories about stories that the canon has ever seen.
You missed probably the second biggest influence on the story, mind you, Karen Berger, who was Gaiman's editor and probably his close collaborator on the story. And given that she was a woman, do I get to use the term misogynist at you because you forgot Karen Berger's impact on the story? I'm not going to because I don't believe in that shit, but I'm just saying, if I was playing by your rules, my darling, I would be calling you a misogynist right now because you marginalized the great Karen Berger.
Oh, God, my back. Sorry, just.
Your back start hurting?
I have a bed that's like, I don't know, like 10 or so years old.
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, it might be 5, but it's been through some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't stretch a lot, so
Uh-huh.
that'd also be it. Okay, so what was that? I want. Wait, might have missed something. All right, crafted one of the very best stories about stories. All right, I want that story to live as long as possible. Motherfucker, it's been living for the last. Okay, 88.
89 to 99 is 10 years.
30 years.
99 to 2010 would be 20 years.
A little over 30 years now.
Yep.
Well, 32. 32 years.
Yeah.
People are still talking about it. I'm now just reading it and fucking loving it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's already living as long as possible. It's going to live on for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And if I have anything to say about it, it will be taught in literature classes along with Shakespeare. If I have anything to say about it. I might not, but if I have anything to say about it.
Really, comic books need to be put in English classes. Like,
just like every other kind of literature. Yeah, I agree. And if there is a comic book equivalent to Romeo and Juliet, it's the fucking Sandman. So there.
I think I've said many times, like at one point I think of having a fallback career as a teacher in literature and like having comics as part of my
Yeah,
curriculum.
that would not be a bad choice.
Sure, there are a couple of graphic novels I could do.
Yeah, I mean there's Sandman, there's Watchmen, there's
No,
V for Vendetta.
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go with like the classics right away. I would probably save those for maybe like. I wouldn't have those be the start off for students.
Right.
Maybe more contemporary, like maybe Invincible or well, maybe Doom Patrol, like by Grant Morrison. Oh, you know what? All Star Superman by Grant Morrison. That would probably be like the first book I'd ever do.
Fables would be a good choice too.
Yeah, All Star Superman for like the first book for kids to read because Superman, Superman is the most iconic, arguably the most iconic superhero.
Well, no, I don't think that is arguable. I think Superman is like the prototype for at least every Paragon superhero character.
Right, right. And All Star Superman, one of Grant Morrison's best works I've read so far.
And considering that Grant Morrison's bar for work is fucking in the stratosphere,
Yeah,
is
I really need to get back into his Doom Patrol. Like I have it with me, and I've read a little bit. I need to keep reading it.
yeah, I would throw in fucking Hellblazer while we're in there, like,
I
because
don't know how the school boards would react to that.
well, I mean, if they let you do Watchmen and let you do Sandman and let you do V for Vendetta, then I see no reason why they wouldn't let you do Hellblazer, because there's some pretty fucked up uh there's some pretty fucked up sequences in all of those. So
Yeah,
not to mention you could throw in manga too, like Death Note. I could see being
I honestly feel like I work best in like an American literature.
hmm
I mean, like
But then
not.
again, it's also possible you haven't checked out enough manga yet.
Oh, hey, we have a Sitherclaw here. So basically, you were on the Polygon article. Why are they smoking?
Yeah, I agree. What are they smoking and why?
Oh, what are they smoking?
Yeah.
Oh, it's way okay. But okay, so we gotta finish this. In the Sandman, stories birth gods, shape worlds, and confer immortality in ways both supernatural and perfectly mundane, even historically accurate. God damn it! Thought I was gonna sneeze.
You realize, of course, when you do finally sneeze, it's gonna be one of the ones that's gonna shake the walls because of how many times it's
Twice, twice now.
false alarm. Yeah.
It's only been twice now, and I'm afraid of the third time because third time's terminal.
hmm
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything to say that, or should I continue?
I mean, you're right. The Sandman has done all those things. Precisely why we should leave it the fuck alone for the most part. Even the parts of it that I don't like, if we must. But like, this is the thing. My one and only change that I've suggested, which is to leave Dream alive, would further the continuation of the series. Your whole laundry list of changes would change the entire essence of the story. So I'm not just special pleading here. You would change pretty much all of the darkest aspects of the story, and I would just like it if um it didn't give in to nihilism at the very end. So yeah, I think if we're comparing the changes that you would like to see versus the changes I would like to see, and trying my damnedest to keep my bias out of it. I want one single change that honestly makes the story more optimistic. You want basically anything that relates to like the darkness of human nature or the darkness of dreams and nightmares to change. And therefore, fuck you. You don't get to red pen the shit out of the Dream Lord's work. Fuck you.
Oh my god, I just came up with an awesome fucking curriculum for like first semester or something. Like if I was to be like a literature teacher and like teach comic books,
Mm-hmm.
my first ever plan, maybe for like the first semester or first quarter,
Mm-hmm.
would be focused on Superman because for obvious reasons he is like to general people he is the most well known.
He's also probably the most entry level of all the superheroes, and yeah.
Right, but I would have my students read uh, read American Alien by Max the guy who wrote Chronicle. Can't remember his fucking name. Max Landis. Max Landis.
Yeah.
Because a few years ago he wrote a Superman miniseries called American Alien. Heard good things about it.
I did not know that.
Yeah. And if I could find it, I would have my kids read that because it's like a grounded kind of story in a sense where it's like Clark going on the journey of deciding, like just him kind of learning the lessons that make him Superman and stuff. Then probably the DC Comics Earth 1 Superman story. And then I would have my kids watch Man of Steel. And maybe try to do like an essay on the pros and cons of the movie.
Yeah, what makes this work versus what made this not work.
Yeah, and also probably like if anything, does it capture the essence of Superman?
Mm-hmm.
And then I would have them read All-Star Superman.
Mm-hmm. It'd be really interesting though if you did that, because I imagine at least some of the kids would find Man of Steel for whatever reason more compelling than those Superman stories. So it'd be funny if like the people that don't like Man of Steel could do the essays about like why didn't this work, but the ones that did like Man of Steel could try to convince you that Man of Steel was better, or why they think Man of Steel was better. That'd be a really interesting.
Yeah, I would have them actually do presentations, PowerPoints about that, and probably as like a final, well, not a final grade, but like as a like end of semester or quarter test. I would have them write what or who is Superman to you.
Interesting. I'd be curious. I'd be curious how many essays you get that would kind of like dump on Superman a little bit, because if my junior year English teacher had said something like that to me, I would have brought up the line that always makes me that always makes it hard for me to get into Superman, which is the line from Superman the Animated Series Hand of Fate, where he's talking to Karkul, and Karkul says, "You are strong for a mortal, but a mortal is all you are. You do not have the tools to defeat me."
Okay, and
but it makes me makes me wonder if you'd get any kids like that would just feel like, who see Superman as kind of the overly naive Boy Scout type character.
Which is why I would have them read American Alien and Earth One, because for mostly they do tend to go favor more into the Clark side and the creation of Superman through Clark first. And I would see like those kind of seemingly be comparable to Man of Steel. Like I said, yeah. I honestly don't know what I do for the second semester, or like the second half of the year. I don't want to do Batman because that's too easy.
Well, yeah, and also teenagers being teenagers probably already feel more of a kinship with Batman than
Spider-Man. No, again, that's too easy.
You could have them do research on an obscure character.
I could, yeah.
Like use the Superman archetype as to sort of lay the foundations of this is what the superhero archetype is, and then have a list of like the top 100 most obscure characters, and then have them spend a semester doing like a research paper on what one of the obscure characters, and then have them write like an essay on what they've learned about superheroes from their semester studying this obscure character.
Yeah. All right, so we gotta finish this.
Yeah.
All right. If the series has a secondary theme, is that immortal things, whether they are stories, gods, superheroes, lucky humans, or even the so-called endless themselves, cannot resist change. In fact, one of the audiobooks
Oh, fuck you so very hard. Just let her finish and then I'll rant.
Mm-hmm. In fact, one of the audiobooks only improvisations is an opening intro that includes Gaiman's own unofficial summary of the story. The Lord of Dreams learns that one must change or die and makes his decision.
Okay, well then I disagree with both of you because that is the weakest part of that is the weakest part of the segment. The fact that Dream dies.
Can I read the last sentence before?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And I just wish the Sandman audiobook had decided to change. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, no, fuck you, darling. The point of the story, at least as far as I understood it, was the power of dreams to transcend death. That's why that the ending, the nihilistic ending of you have to change, really doesn't fit the rest of the story. The rest of the story is very much about Dream standing against the vicissitudes of fate or whatever the fuck. That's why I consider the ending to be as weak as it is, because so many stories, especially modern stories, default to this kind of everything wonderful, everything whimsical, everything like the death of innocence, the death of wonder, the death of magic, or whatever like the Tempest, Shakespeare's The Tempest, where Prospero destroys his staff, drowns his book, and gives up magic forever, and whatever the fuck else. All of those stories have beaten down the classical idealism so much that now we see someone willing to fight for what they believe in as naive. As much as I find Superman to be overly simplistic, that is the one thing that you can always sort of argue with me for in regards to Superman, because at least Superman is the paragon character. He is the immovable, or he should be the immovable, um, sort of anchor to things. That's why one of my favorite moments in The Sandman is when he goes to hell and the vast hordes of hell are laughing at him, and he responds with, "You say that dreams have no power? Or you say that I have no power here? Perhaps you are right. But dreams, ask yourselves, all of you, what power what power would hell have if those entombed here could not dream of heaven?" And then they all go dead silent because they realize just how much. And this is one of the running gags of the Sandman. They always underestimate Dream. Azazel did the same thing. When he was in Season of Mist, when he forgoes Dream's hospitality and then proceeds to threaten him in the middle of his own throne room, and then promptly gets the shit kicked out of him, because you may think that dreams are too abstract or too ephemeral or whatever the fuck, but just because a power is subtle doesn't mean it is immaterial. But of course, Neil Gaiman put his own ego ahead of the story, and so Dream dies at the end. And instead of having the story continue on with Lucian or Matthew or one of the characters that we had grown to know and love throughout the entire story, we are left with a living Deus Ex Machina, which is Daniel fucking Hall. I am sick of endings. I am sick of everyone telling me, you just have to settle for whatever reality gives you. You just have to settle for nihilism, and you just have to settle for humanism, and you just have to settle for realism. I believe in ideals, and one of the things that most fundamentally caused me to believe in standing for ideals is the story of the Sandman. So don't you tell me that you, of all people, get to determine, and this goes for Neil Gaiman too. Much as I love him, he is not perfect, and therefore I am willing to criticize him on this point. Dreams need not end. People need to rise to the occasion. And believing that we don't have any standards to uphold, or that nothing that we've ever created is worth preserving, is exactly why we are such flawed, broken pieces of shit as a species. Because we're faced with the option of either rising to the occasion and becoming better than we are, or settling for realism and nihilism and whatever we're given. And so many times we go with that second option. We could just let it stand. We could just let it stay. But no, we have to defer to reality as though reality is an authority on anything. God damn it. And incidentally, your definition of reality is FUBAR. So if we were going to defer to reality, what the fuck is her name? Susanna, we certainly wouldn't be deferring to yours. Neil gets slightly more leeway on that point because, you know, he's the writer and everything, but even he doesn't get to define what a story is for me. Logic is the only thing that can do that, and you have demonstrated no understanding of logic whatsoever in this piece of crap you call an article. Moving on. I'm sorry, but everyone knows at this point that Sandman is something that is very near and dear to my heart. So just it hurts. It hurts me. It hurts me that even Neil Gaiman doesn't appear to have the courage of his convictions anymore. Like even Neil Gaiman has bought into the we have to settle for reality as it is lie.
You know what reality I accept?
What reality is that?
Our world is flawed. People are flawed. People can be selfish. People can be mean. But it only stays that way if you let it.
Yeah, agreed. Broadly speaking, it if we had balls occasionally, as Death ironically put it in Sound of Her Wings, you're the most overgrown, bubble-headed, appallingest excuse for an anthropomorphic personification on this or any other plane. All you're doing is sitting here feeling sorry for yourself because your little game is over and you haven't got the balls to go and find a new one. Yeah, I'm siding with Death on this one because if we just had the balls to stand up and say no, you don't get to take this away from me. This is mine and I'm keeping it. We would be in a lot better place, especially right now. But hopefully, like I say, I can figure out how evocation works. I can evoke Dream and get him to throw a little bit of his own inspiration into things. Because I shudder to think what if Neil Gaiman listens to people like this and listens to his own apparently existent sense of doubt, then the new Sandman adaptations are gonna suck horribly. But if he can recapture that same hunger that he felt in, the beginnings of 1988, we might actually get a good story out of this. Maybe. Oh boy. Moving forward.
So, screening an article, why Doctor Strange's current comics are his most important, by Thomas Bacon, and we've covered a few things of his, I believe. Donny Cates, Mark Waid, and Scotty Young are finally establishing the rules of magic in the Marvel Universe. Will it affect the MCU?
The rules of magic have been established in the Marvel Universe for decades now. Do not act like it's a new thing. I showed this to a friend of mine on Twitter, Sanctablog. I've mentioned him a couple of times, and if you're a Doctor Strange fan, you owe it to yourself to check out some of Sanctablog's shit. He is probably the world's definitive expert on all things Doctor Strange, and he holds the world record for the world's largest Doctor Strange themed collection of comics and memorabilia. And I tagged him in a tweet that said something to the effect of, "Help me at Sanctum Blog. I don't think my sanity can take this," or something to the effect. And his response was, "I'm not even going to entertain this because they've already got stuff wrong within the first paragraph." So if the world's most definitive Doctor Strange collector couldn't even get past the first couple paragraphs, then I feel no shame whatsoever in ripping this a new asshole. May the Vashanti have mercy on your soul, because I certainly will not. Moving on.
Give me a sec. I'll warm up my eyes. Also, I think I'm starting to get tired.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Marvel's current Doctor Strange comics are the most important since the character was created in 1969. Stephen Strange made his comic.
Wait, wrong, wrong, wrong. How did you not even make it through the first sentence?
Actually, wait. I want to wait for this, Don. Stephen Strange made his comic book debut in 1963, created by the legendary Jack Kirby.
How? How on earth did you get so much wrong in the first sentence?
I can see why Sanctum said he wouldn't cover this because there's already too much stupid in 2 sentences.
Okay. Number one, Doctor Strange first appeared in Strange Tales number 111 in 1963. He was created by the legendary comic duo of Stan Lee and Steve Ditko, who based Doctor Strange partially on Vincent Price, specifically the version of Vincent Price from the movie The Raven, and also partially on Buddhist iconography, because Steve Ditko was kind of a philosophical weirdo and tried for a little while to square Randian objectivism with Tibetan-style Buddhism. Don't ask me why he thought that those two things were compatible, because Steve Ditko was weird, but he did. So, you got the year wrong. You got the person who was responsible for the creation wrong, and your fundamental premise is arguably already wrong.
I will be completely honest. I thought Doctor Strange came out in the 70s. From all the art I remember seeing of it, it just seemed kind of 70s style.
No, 1963.
Okay.
And it had a heavy influence on the American counterculture of the time, including prog rock groups like Pink Floyd and The Doors. If you actually look at the Pink Floyd album, The Saucer Full of Secrets, if you look at the cover, there's an image of Doctor Strange hiding on the cover there. And I believe it's The Doors who had a song that included the line, and Doctor Strange keeps changing size. Because apparently a lot of these 60s and 70s rock groups would compose their songs while reading Doctor Strange comics and high as fuck.
Well, you also gotta
frankly
remember.
Sounds like a good time to me, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, you also gotta remember that Andy Warsaw and like some of those famous artists also like grew up reading comic books.
Warhol, you mean?
Yeah, Andy Warhol.
Yeah. Okay, moving forward. There's a lot to get through, I have a feeling.
Probably right. Okay. Ironically, Stan Lee appears to have been rather skeptical he would be a success because he wasn't sure whether this kind of black magic would work in the Marvel Universe.
Okay, and to be fair, that was a misnomer on his part, because again, the two major influences for Doctor Strange were Vincent Price and Tibetan Buddhism. So if anything, Doctor Strange's mysticism has more in common with like yoga or kung fu than it does with the left-hand path, which is generally what we refer to when we refer to black magic. But Stan Lee didn't know that, so when he was first writing Doctor Strange in, he wrote him in as the master of black magic, because Stan Lee couldn't tell the difference between weird, basically pseudo-yoga hippie magic and the left-hand path. Which might be because people were a lot more Christian back then, so all magic was considered black, but ignorance is no excuse for mislabeling, is all I'm saying. Anyway, moving on. Sorry,
Lee
Stan Lee's ghost, but you don't get to make mistakes like that and go uncorrected. No offense, Stan.
Lee was wrong. Over the decades, Doctor Strange has become Marvel's most prominent mystic, the Sorcerer Supreme. He has led his own superhero team, the Defenders, and became one of the most powerful Avengers. And in 2016, he was brought to the big screen at last, played by Benedict Cumberbatch, Guardian of the Time Stone. He played a key role in Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, and a sequel solo movie is on the cards. In the
Okay,
cards, not on.
okay, but either way, in the comics, he was never the guardian of the Time Stone. So stop conflating things that were specific to the movies with things that were specific to the comics. In the comics, when the second or possibly third Infinity Saga came around, because they keep recycling the Infinity Stones as a MacGuffin, Doctor Strange did control the Mind Stone for a little bit. But yeah, nowhere in the comics did he ever control the Time Stone. So if you were going to call him the Guardian of the Time Stone, you need to be very clear that you're referring specifically to the movies and not both the movies and the comics. Because he never did that in the comics. And incidentally, he was always Marvel's most prominent mystic because he was one of the first strictly magic user characters that wasn't a villain that they ever had. Doctor Strange came way before the likes of Scarlet Witch or Wiccan or even Damien Hellstrom. And incidentally, if you wanted to refer to anybody as a black magic character, you'd probably want to go more with either Ghost Rider or Damien Hellstrom because they both literally have connections with demons, whereas Doctor Strange, for the most part, did not. Anyway, moving forward.
Alright, so for all that's the case through Marvel's ongoing Doctor Strange comics are probably the most important since the character's creation.
Not even remotely.
Okay. Marvel has traditionally avoided clarifying the rules of magic in their comic book universe, and it's frequently led Doctor Strange to become a walking Deus Ex Machina.
No, they've at least since like the early 70s, they've been very clear that Doctor Strange draws the majority of his power from extra dimensional entities like the Vishanti, um, and other elder beings like the Octessant, the Elder Gods, and benevolent demons like Ictalam, which is where he gets the icy tendrils of Ictalam from. Like most of his spells literally contain the name designation of the being that he's invoking while he's doing it. And the kicker is there have been editor's notes and like notes to the reader boxes pretty much since the like late 60s, early 70s that explain this is this spell, this is what it's capable of, and this is the being that it draws power from, and so on. Not to mention that Doctor Strange has regularly had conferences and conversations with the beings that he draws power from. So I don't know where you got the idea um that like this is the first time ever that the cosmic or mystical side of the universe has been elucidated on, but there have been the cosmic abstracts since the late 60s, and they've been crossing over with people like Thor for all that time as well. So this is just a fundamentally wrong thing. you could only believe this is if someone told you this and you believed them uncritically. The rules of magic in the Marvel Universe have actually been fairly straightforward for freaking ever. Like, again, pretty much since the beginning of Doctor Strange. And that's kind of the point, because Doctor Strange, as anyone should be able to tell you, has no powers. What he has are techniques. And techniques, by their very nature, need to be explained. Moving on.
Alright. But Donny Cates began the process of establishing the limitations of magic, revealing there must always be a price. The idea was
okay. First of all, that was a shitty run. But being that as it may, even that is wrong, because the whole magic coming with a very literal price element of Doctor Strange's magic was introduced in a what the fuck is his name? It wasn't Donny Cates though. It was the Jason Aaron. It was introduced in Jason Aaron's run of Doctor Strange, known as Way of the Weird, in his first arc. That was where we first see Doctor Strange's magic held to account by Monaco, the Prince of Magic, and explaining that in order for Monaco to use magic, he literally has to drown one of his rabbits to cast a spell, because magic comes with that much of a price.
what the fuck?
Yeah. It's weird and kind of stupid when you consider the rest of the magic of the Marvel Universe, but yeah, they basically have made it so that every spell comes with a very literal sacrifice, or otherwise something horrible happens. Like in The Way of the Weird, it was implied that the existence of the magic-hating science inquisition called the Empiricule from another planet was caused by Doctor Strange not paying quote-unquote prices for his spells. Which, if you've known Doctor Strange longer than Way of the Weird, you would know that magic has always been physically demanding on Strange, but that it didn't have like a direct transactional nature to it unless he made a literal contract with a being that he was working with. And incidentally, most of the time, it's considered the beings that power Doctor Strange's spells consider it a gift that they are bestowing onto Strange to essentially act as an agent of justice and order. That's why when Doctor Strange started to use dark magic in the late 80s through the 90s, the Vishanti basically crippled him for a bit, and that's why he lost the Sorcerer Supreme title to Brother Voodoo. But again, this is only something you would know if you had been reading Doctor Strange longer than the Jason Aaron run. But yeah, even in terms of your own shit, you're wrong, because it was Jason Aaron, not Donny Cates, that established the price nature of magic, which directly contradicts a lot of the pre-existing lore. But whatever, I guess. Moving on.
Alright. The idea was obviously inspired by Doctor Strange, which featured a scene in which Baron Mordo warned Strange a rule of magic is that there will always be consequences. The bill comes due, Mordo insisted. Always a reckoning. I'm sorry, are you saying that idea came from the fucking movie and was implemented into the comics?
Which would be wrong even if they were implying that, because Way of the Weird was 2013, I think. It was like early last decade that Way of the Weird came out. It might have been 2016 though.
Well,
That wasn't, because Donny Cates was writing it by then. But either way, the idea of magic having consequences is not new. It's just before Doctor Strange's consequences were a lot more abstract. Like he would physically almost be crippled by the amount of energy he was manipulating or such. It wasn't as stupid and artificial as you need to kill this thing or you need to sacrifice this item or this person in order to use this spell. It was more of a, if you overuse magic or you overextend yourself, you might lose your sanity or you might lose it. It was considered a force, and as a force it would have an impact on the person who was using it, but it wasn't quite as transactional, again, unless a being was literally like offering a deal like Mephisto would. Obviously, beings that work with contracts would have things be that transactional, but as a general rule, the forces of magic themselves were not that transactional.
Okay, so I looked it up. Doctor Strange Way of the Weird.
Yeah.
April 27th, 2016.
Okay, so it was fairly early in 2016 then. All right, but either way, yeah, it's not as though there were no consequences to magic before Jason Aaron's run. It's just Jason Aaron essentially really massively oversimplified it and kind of made it more childish. Which is sad, but that's neither here nor there. It's not like Jason Aaron is unknown for fucking up pre-established lore. Cough, cough, Jane Foster, cough. But yeah, moving on.
All right. Okay. Kate's run was excellent, and it laid a foundation current comics are building on. Mark Waid has taken charge of the latest Doctor Strange series, while Scotty Young and Humberto Ramos have launched a new Strange Academy ongoing. This latter series is particularly interesting because it features Marvel's version of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. And we've already talked about that.
Yes, we've touched on the stupidity of Strange Academy. And incidentally, no, as much as I admire Donny Cates for all the other work on various characters he's done, because he has done really good work on other characters, his Doctor Strange run was shit. And I'm not just saying that because I didn't prefer his run. I'm saying that because for most of that run, Loki was the Sorcerer Supreme for some goddamn reason. And apparently, when Loki lost to Strange eventually, he revealed that he was never actually the Sorcerer Supreme and that he had tricked Doctor Strange, and that apparently Doctor Strange needs to develop skills other than magic because relying on magic is lazy and stupid. Because apparently Marvel has forgotten that Doctor Strange has no magical powers and that he worked to obtain his powers and learned shit. But people never seem to remember that unless it's convenient to the fucking plot. And as for Mark Waid, yes, his run was a significant improvement over Kate's or Aaron's run, but by Doctor Strange standards that predated either of those runs, it was really kind of shit. And it involved Doctor Strange, of all people, using weird alien technology to sublet his magic. Because apparently magic, once again, because I can't think of a storyline other than this to tell these days, is dying, and therefore Doctor Strange is running out of power. Again. It's really stupid. Moving on.
A school environment is naturally perfect for setting in place the rules of spellcraft in the Marvel Universe. And for all this is a tremendously fun series. It's already clear Young is taking this seriously. Strange Academy number 2, for example, clarified the reason sorcerers need physical training in order to conduct astral battles.
I realize that I have not read Strange Academy myself, but we reacted to the trailer and it looked very, very stupid. So I would be very surprised if it was any better than the trailer made it look. And I didn't even catch the last part of that sentence. So what? Say that last part again.
Strange Academy number 2, for example, clarified the reason sorcerers need physical training in order to conduct astral battles.
Okay, why? It's Did anyone honestly think that they didn't need some kind of physical training to astrally project? I mean, that again, knowing that Doctor Strange very much takes its cues from Eastern mysticism of the yogic and kung fu varieties, i.e., Buddhism, Taoism, and the like. Anyone should be able to tell you that the reason why you need to develop some kind of harmony between your spirit and your body is because your spiritual energies run through your body and therefore will exhaust you if you overuse them unless you've stabilized the connection between your spirit and your body. Also, if you astral project and don't have a strong enough connection to your body, you might get lost along the way and your body will essentially go into a coma because your intelligence, your energy is not there to guide your body anymore. And I didn't even have to read Strange Academy to tell you any of this because it's so intuitive as to be a dub position. That's the difference. You wanted everything to be directly spelled out to you and never have to actually think it through. But in the olden days, people thought things through and trusted the reader to be intelligent enough to pay attention to what was going on. That's why books like The Physics of Superheroes exist. Because even though it was just a comic, quote unquote, just a comic, whenever things like mutation or advanced science was taken into account, the writers did research or already knew shit about this material. Therefore, a lot of the stuff in the science parts of comics are accurate to those fields. Well, likewise, most of the people that brought in metaphysical aspects of their various universes knew shit about things like Buddhism, yoga, kung fu, etc., and therefore were able to use that understanding and carry it over into the comic. Just because you, as a reader, were not smart enough to pick up on any of that is not the problem of the writers. It is your problem. And so now they're I can already sort of tell what they're doing is they're oversimplifying everything. And because these people are too stupid to read between the lines, they think this is the first time any of this has been explained. Fuck. Moving on.
Wade and Young appear to be drawing substantial inspiration for J.K. Rowling. Jesus Christ, get a fucking editor. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter franchise. Not only have they introduced Marvel's Hogwarts, they've also had strange encounter wand makers and traveled to a multiversal version of Diagon Alley. Even the spells are similar to Harry Potter. It makes sense for them to take this approach because they can know readers are intimately familiar with the wizarding world of Harry Potter, and they can toss in terms like wand maker without needing to define it.
I
Starting to get why Sanctum didn't want to cover this.
Yeah, well, why he just called bullshit on the first sentence and proceeded to read no further. Okay.
We're committed and we're kind of gluttons for punishment.
Yeah. Oh boy.
No, I think this is more punishment for you than me.
This is agony and suffering.
All right.
Like the Sandman article we just did emotionally emotionally punched me, but this one is assaulting every fiber of my brain. Okay. Thing one, and I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass here. I am a student of the occult. I have studied magic and various other mystical philosophies for 14 fucking years. Thank you very much. And I've also been a Doctor Strange fan since the time I started reading comics when I was roughly 6 years old. So my credentials are what they are. Now, the Harry Potter franchise is the most arbitrary, non-explained, fickle, poorly put together magic system in any modern fantasy story that I have yet come across. Now, I read a lot of shit. And yet, your premise is that modern Doctor Strange stories are good because they explain shit. Would you like to know what franchise never, and I mean ever, explained anything about their magic system? Because it would be the Harry Potter franchise. Harry Potter never explains anything. So how, in any dimension of fuck, could you possibly tell me that the thing that makes modern Doctor Strange stories good is that they explain shit? Given that the story or the franchise they're borrowing their explanations from is the one least likely to explain anything. And all of this in a context, mind you, where they already explained plenty of shit back in the 1960s and 70s when this first became relevant. It's based on Eastern mysticism. Therefore, if you want to understand it, research things like Taoism, Buddhism, Kung Fu, chi manipulation, etc. If you do that, if you do research on the philosophical root of Doctor Strange's magic system, it makes perfect sense to you. But you most definitely should not turn Doctor Strange into Harry Potter because A, Harry Potter has a really shit and really wishy-washy magic system, and B, Harry Potter's magic system has virtually nothing whatsoever to do with any magic system that pertains to Doctor Strange ever, or any other comic for that matter, pretty much. Because one of the reasons I, as an occultist, I, as a magic user, really like comics is they treat magic seriously in ways that a lot of other storytelling mediums don't. And once again, you just complained that previous Doctor Strange comics treated magic like a Deus Ex Machina, and now you're praising it for being like Harry Potter, where magic is literally nothing but a genetic Deus Ex Machina. And incidentally, if magic is genetic in the new paradigm, because of course it has to be because it's based on Harry Potter, then you basically just turn the magic into a mutant power in a universe where there are already goddamn mutants. You absolute waste of my fucking time and energy. Moving on.
What was that? What? Alright, given Wade and Young are building on Kate's foundation, it is reasonable to assume the principles currently being established will last for quite some time. Looking at the movies, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the MCU mimic the comics, taking the same kind of shorthand approach. Sorcery promises to be an important part of MCU's Phase 4 and beyond, and it's likely Wade and Young are setting up the rules that will be incorporated into the movies as well.
Please, for the love of God, no. I already had. Believe me, when I was a little kid, I was into Harry Potter just like everybody else in our generation because that was the book series of our generation. From like the time I was 6 to the time I was 7, I was really into the series. That being said, even if we take that out of the equation, the Harry Potter movies were some of the worst adaptations of anything ever. So please, for the love of God, do not make Doctor Strange anything like the Harry Potter movies. I already had to sit through fucking 8 of them, bearing in mind there are only 7 fucking books. I don't need any more Harry Potter movies that already exist. And even if I did want or need any more Harry Potter in my life, I would watch the Fantastic Beasts movies, which are infinitely better than the mainline Harry Potter movies. God damn. Next.
I just want to say I never read nor got into Harry Potter at all.
Well, but you're also like 4 or 5 years behind me, so you probably don't remember Pottermania
Thank God.
quite as, or at least not quite as badly.
All right, well, headaches aren't stopping for you, Dalton.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, I'm sure the last thing will be fine. Think.
I hope.
Anyway, okay, so we have the Star Trek Lower Decks Season 1 official trailer. We've talked well, as we all know, Dalton here is the Star Trek guy.
Yes. Massive Trekkie. Though I admit to liking Next Gen just a touch more than the original series, don't at me. Mostly because I feel like I could get along with Picard, whereas Kirk I wanted to constantly slap because he was a moron.
I thought it was Trekker.
Someone who only likes Next Gen is called the Trekker. As long as you like the majority of Trek, then Trekkie is the term.
Right. Okay.
And I do still enjoy the original series. I just, if I had to sit down and watch a Star Trek, I would prefer to watch Next Gen than the original series.
Mm-hmm. All right, so warp speed.
Make it so. I'm borrowing. Actually no. Boldly go. Boldly go is the trigger phrase this time.
Okay. So boldly go. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Also, there are no captions, so we're gonna have to pay attention to what is being said. Why there are no captions, I have no fucking idea. Anyway, boldly go.
Boldly go.
Captain's log. Stardate 57436.2. First contact is a delicate, high-stakes operation of diplomacy. One must be ready for anything.
Pretending to do a captain's log?
Yeah, we're all supposed to keep log.
Okay, let me.
Well, it was almost okay.
Okay.
For like 5 seconds, and then a part of me died.
Okay, so obviously this is kind of inspired a little bit by Rick and Morty, by animation. When I'm guessing by animation, well, art style, not animation, art style.
Well, I mean, even I wouldn't even go that far. I think it's more like almost Steven Universe-y.
I mean, it doesn't look bad. It actually looks pretty good for the most part. It's just I'm not a big fan of this art style.
Yeah, the whole let's keep the art style as simple as possible is a hard thing to pull off well.
But what I was gonna say is, see, if I remember correctly, the whole premise is it's following like the crew that isn't on the bridge,
The members that do the grunt work that we don't usually see.
which I think is a fine concept.
Yeah, but if they're going to be so goddamn irreverent about everything and make them use like modern slang and make them mock like the traditional weight and pathos that Trek is supposed to have, I'm gonna hate this. And so are the vast majority of everyone else in the Star Trek fandom. Although, given that everyone in the Star Trek fandom is pretty punch drunk already, what from Star Trek Discovery and Picard, I'm pretty sure most of the Star Trek fandom has either migrated to the Orville or completely given up on Star Trek at this point.
Mm-hmm.
As sad as that is.
Yeah, I don't mind the whole. Okay, so again, like I said, I don't mind that they're not focusing on the people on the bridge, because to be fair, I don't really think. I think while the people on the bridge are important,
Yeah, we don't really get to see much of the people that manage to make the bridge crew's crazy schemes work. Though admittedly, and because I'm a Star Trek fan, I can point this out. There was more of an effort in like TNG, Voyager, and to some extent in Enterprise um to focus more on characters like that. For example, one of my favorite characters in Star Trek Next Generation was Ensign Reginald Barclay, who was like a massive introvert who had constant fears a lot, and so a lot of his episodes had to do with like how do you deal with like social anxiety in the realm of Star Trek, or how do you deal with being kind of antisocial in the realm of Star Trek. And one of my favorite episodes with him was he had a fear of he had a fear of transporting. He had a fear of teleporting because for those that don't know how the transporter works in Star Trek, basically you get ripped apart on a atomic level, and then your matter gets reassembled at the other end when you're done and beamed to wherever you're going. So there's some debate as to whether the version of you on the other end counts as a clone or not.
I'll
And
be honest.
so
I'll be honest. I first watched this trailer before I sent it to you, but I only got to like the minute marker.
yeah.
I would say though, if anything, what would be interesting, and I don't know if they've done this in Star Trek before, maybe like as an episode or something.
Mm-hmm.
But what if a story maybe taking place during one of the major like wars or something during Star Trek lore?
Mm-hmm.
Have them have the people that are on the lower decks have to take command because everyone in line of succession and stuff for the command are gone. And basically these are like really the underdogs, the people who are honestly have a bunch of red shirts, literally red shirts, take command of the ship.
They've had a couple episodes like that. None of them are springing to mind as easily as the Reg episodes because I really like Reg, but I'm pretty sure there have been like particularly like shuttle mission episodes, like not on the main ship, but like some team will be sent off to do like basically a minor errand, and then surprise, surprise, something major will go wrong, and they'll have to figure out how to survive. figure out how to survive and essentially act like a main crew so that they can get back to the Enterprise. And there was also an episode where like 5 of the main characters were turned into children because of technobabble nonsense, and they had to deal with the fact that they weren't able to command anymore because they were children. So, but a new team had to temporarily take over.
Mhm.
But
But
yeah,
and-
there have been a couple episodes in
Right,
that
but
sort of
I think-
vein.
I think it is a good idea for like a whole series, and literally, like the whole stigma with red shirts.
Well, that really only applies to the original series. That they kind of nixed the red shirt problem in TNG and onwards. Though they had sort of their own version, like the phrase "getting Worfed" comes from Star Trek Next Generation because Worf was this big, terrifying Klingon dude with all of his honor and his like.
He gets his ass handed to him by a barrel.
Well, he gets his ass handed to him by whatever whatever villain of the week there was. Like, someone would just show up and like in one episode, I think it was the pilot episode where Q first shows up. Worf gets all angry at Q and is like, permission. He turns to Picard and goes, "Captain, permission to clean up the bridge." And of course Picard is like, "Granted, Mr. Worf." And then Q snaps his fingers and turns Q into a Klingon sickle by freezing him.
All right, well, we got about 2 minutes, so
Mm-hmm. Boldly go.
boldly go.
We listen to him.
No, go away. Leave me alone.
You're wasting your shore leave on this.
Wow.
This is the greatest ship I've ever seen. Hey, Gil, bring girl. Hold this. Don't pass out. Sorry. I'm good at exploring strange new worlds and solving space mysteries. Let's see what I got assigned. Holodeck waste removal. That's cleaning out prisons.
Why are they speaking with modern slang? Why?
Ironically, I think a better animated Star Trek sort of show is Final Space.
You
probably
not
do.
wrong. It is kind of a better Star Trek than we're getting. In the
I
same
mean,
way that the Orville is a better Star Trek than Discovery or Picard was.
Yeah. It's just that is a really good show because it's comedic, but god damn is it serious when it needs to be.
And the Orville's the same way. It has more like laid back humanity than your average episode of Star Trek would have, but it still does it's less like modern people were stuck in the Star Trek universe and more like people like modern people found themselves in a Star Trek, like worked their way into a Star Trek universe.
Mm-hmm.
And you could definitely see the Orville crew evolving into like a standard Star Trek crew eventually. And that was also a nice touch. I like that the Orville set its timeline before the widespread advent of teleportation. So it sort of implied that this is a transition era from where we are now versus where Star Trek ends up.
So it's like Enterprise, but better.
Yeah, Enterprise with legit humans, kind of is how I would put it.
Okay. Boldly go.
Boldly go.
and said, "Do you see a captain's chair in your future?"
I hope so, man. Hey, if I part my hair like this, do I look more promotable or less?
The Cerritos might be falling apart, but that's our job to keep it together.
You are a natural born warrior.
Okie dokie.
Where are the Romulans when you need them? Or the Cardassians, or the Borg, for that matter.
Oh, they had the
Someone
Borg. You didn't see the
Someone
Borg?
needs to come in and kill all these people. I hate them already.
You didn't see the Borg?
Huh?
You didn't see the Borg in here?
I can't actually see the image because my phone refuses to fucking load.
No, they had the Borg in here.
Okay, good. Yay, yay. At least I will see the Borg.
It's
some-
it's still they're in the very simplistic kind of garbage art style.
Well, true, but at least I'll have the at least they're not doing the thing where this is a prequel. Because that's the other thing I've gotten really sick with the Star Trek doing is prequels. Because they keep setting shows earlier and earlier in the timeline, and I kind of just want to see the era post like Next Gen and Voyager. But of course, when they tried to do that, they gave us Picard, and Picard was terrible. So, I mean the show, not the character. Still, Picard the character is my favorite captain of the Enterprise thus far. But Picard the show was an insult to his memory, and I hate it. Boldly go.
One moment and boldly go.
And we're here?
No, we're actually way down here.
Keep it moving, lower decks.
Barracks!
My senior staff are always up for a challenge.
Nothing like a cold beer after a smooth second contact.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They don't.
It is better down here where the real action is. We're gonna surf side.
Okay, just
In Star Trek post the original series, in Next Gen, which is when the Borg get introduced, so don't try and tell me this is in the original series. But yeah, in post original series Star Trek, they don't have proper alcohol on the ships. They have synthahol, which is a type of alcohol that has the flavor of whatever beverage you're wanting, but none of the side effects. Or at least very, very minimal side effects. Yes, they still keep actual alcohol around for special occasions, but you wouldn't just have a ensign or whatever crack open a beer after a shift. Not only because most of the ensigns are considered to be on duty at all times, pretty much, and also because if they were going to consume any alcohol whatsoever, it would be synthahol. So, did you just forget about the existence of synthahol, writers? God damn it.
I mean, probably.
Or did you just want to make the person have a comedic, well, I guess it's time for a beer joke, as though this is a modern sitcom and not Star Trek? Again, I'm once again left asking, why the modern slang? Why?
Again, if you want an actually good Star Trek animated show, I would really recommend Final Space. I believe it is on Hulu.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's really good. I think it's only gotten 2 seasons right now. It's just good. It's good as hell.
It's sad that a parody of Star Trek, in both cases, is now better than Star Trek. The Orville is better than Discovery or Picard, and
Well, I don't think Final Space is a parody. It's just there are similarities between a lot of sci-fi stuff you could make.
Well, it's a
Oh,
Sorry, phone fucked up. At least now I can actually see the thing.
all right.
But yeah, like I was saying before I got cut off, why do we live in a world where Final Space and the Orville are better than what existing Star Trek material we have?
Because the creators of those shows actually give a shit about their properties and work their ass off to make it good and awesome. This is just a fucking cash grab.
And or trying to make some weird deconstructionist point. Nothing can be held to any kind of standard. We have to deconstruct everything.
Alright, well. Okay, so wait, I have a fucking calculator on that. So why the fuck am I doing mental math?
What happened? Yeah, you finally sneezed.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm trying to do some math here real quick. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I don't know how much time we actually have left.
Time for what?
Well, in the video and like the trailer, I was trying to figure that out.
Okay.
Okay, but yeah, go beyond.
Boldly go.
Boldly go. God damn it.
You confused Star Trek for Toy Story, but it's all right.
No, that's to infinity and beyond. I say go beyond, which I believe is something from an anime.
Possibly.
Yes. All right. Boldly go.
Boldly go.
Side by side, an elite team. We're not really elite. We're more like the cool, scrappy underdogs.
We are so getting fired for this.
Attention all decks! Lives are at stake, but our crew is ready and focused.
Ooh, this is the new shuttle with the blast shield. That's a blast
Stop it.
shield.
Nope.
It's a blast shield.
Yeah.
What is with the fucking comedy?
You know what?
Incidentally, why is none of it actually funny?
Because it's written by a bunch of people that think they're funny but actually aren't.
Well, yes, but like, if you were going to make a comedic start, like, okay, it's not as though this is the first time they've tried to make an animated Star Trek. There was literally a continuation of the original series called Star Trek: The Animated Series. And it's not like that didn't occasionally get weird. There was one episode with a giant Spock in it. Giant Spock clone. And there was another episode where the devil showed up and he was a good guy.
You know what? If I were doing this show, just being me, I would totally have it marketed as a comedy, but subvert everyone's expectations and make it a full-blown drama.
That would be interesting. Or hell, don't call the Star Trek Lower Decks, just call it The Lower Decks and make it a parody show. Then at least the modern dialogue wouldn't bother me quite so much. But even then, like, the Orville already essentially did that kind of thing, and they did it a lot better than this. And if there is any better material in the show, like, if this is just the worst trailer edit they could get, why didn't you put any of the more dramatic storytelling elements in, or whatever? Like, because the Orville actually manages to get some pretty some pretty heartfelt moments in there.
Hey, you remember one of the two best episodes, the two-parter of the Kalon's invasion?
Yes, I love the Kaon episode. Yeah.
Yeah. Where Mercer is forced to watch the Kalon's space eject one of his crew members.
Oof.
And then they show the frozen corpse floating in space.
Yeah. Huh.
Not to mention the moment where Yaphet shined by protecting Claire's kid.
Yeah.
A fucking gelatin alien laid his life down on the line to protect a kid of a woman that he's kind of been flirting a lot with.
Yeah, and most importantly, is not interested in him, and he knows is not interested in him.
She's actually in love with one of the alien robots that is trying to kill all sentient, fleshy life.
To be fair, he doesn't actually go through with it, and he does come to terms with that, and that's a great arc too. Even if it has been done in a lot of and then the robots tried to take over everything stories.
Yeah, not to mention that it gives the robots somewhat of a personality where the older models that Isaac was built after the creators' extinction.
Mm-hmm.
That some of the older Kalons, they've
seen some shit.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Yeah, they harbor feelings, and yet they
assume that they don't have feelings because robots.
Well, that, and they mock humans and other alien species
for having emotions, and yet they're basically genociding for reason of butthurt.
Well, they're guided by revenge because they were mistreated slaves, which I don't fault them for that.
But yeah,
I do fault them. I can understand them.
Yeah, I do think it was something of a missed opportunity to have Isaac built after the shit went down. Essentially, I think it would have been a much more interesting arc if he remembered how. But then again, if he remembered how their creators treated them, then he probably would have interceded with the Kalon authority to spare the Earthlings, because he would probably be able to tell the difference between, the way that their creators treated them and the way he was treated while he was on the Orville, which is kind of the big plot hole. Isaac being offended by random human stuff because he doesn't understand the customs it works because he's naive enough to not remember how actual violence and actual harm works.
You know what would be really cool, going forward? If there's a Kalon resistance.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Like a faction of Kalons don't want to exterminate life, and even they're they were old. They are maybe they could have been the first models.
Yeah, like the ones that actually have positive memories of their creators before everything went down.
Well, no, it's more of that they know that they're capable of evil, but they
also remember that they're capable of good as well. Although they sort of implied that Kalon Primary was the oldest model, that he was one of the first ones.
What, you get my point, though.
Yeah. But anyway, boldly go.
Boldly go.
Comes down and it goes up. We live on a spaceship. Nobody is dying from a spear wound. Hang in there. You got this.
Space, the funnest frontier? Long-range sensors have located a very sexy...
Oh, no! Definitely no!
God damn it.
Every time these people speak, I want them to be shot out of an airlock.
That's cold, man. That's space cold.
Well, I mean, it is, there is no heat in space unless you're right next to a star or something. Yeah, but I want horrible things to happen to these people. I know it's bad for me to say that, but I want horrible things to happen to these people because how did they even, how on earth did they even make it out of Starfleet Academy? I mean, I get that I get that there would be slackers in the Star Trek universe, but the thing is, there in the Star Trek universe, the educational standards are much higher in the future than they would be now. To the point that 13-year-olds would be studying like advanced calculus and shit. And by the time you're in high school, you're studying like advanced physics and whatnot. So there's a difference between a slacker in the Star Trek universe, someone who didn't really have the ambition to go far enough, versus these people who I swear to God shouldn't even be eligible to be in Starfleet. Because Reg was a spaz and an introvert, and he was antisocial, and he had addiction. He hated people so much that he got addicted to using the holodeck to basically create his own fantasy worlds. But even he was capable of like doing fourth dimensional calculus in his head. How would these people even survive Starfleet Academy is my question. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Pain and suffering and anguish. I want
Okay, maybe.
phaser set to kill on all of these motherfuckers.
Alright, so hopefully the next trailer and our last thing on the list will actually give us a pick-me-up.
Preferably.
Yeah, okay, so this is Project Power starring Jamie Foxx. It's a Netflix movie coming out. I watched this trailer, thought it was interesting. Have you seen the trailer yet, Dalton? Or
I have not. I've heard of Project Power. I just but aside from like hearing that it was a thing and hearing like basic shit about it, I hadn't heard much of it.
It's interesting. I did look it up to see if it was based on a comic. It is not. It is kind of. I think it is somewhat of a superhero thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Not in the classical sense. It is kind of more not The Boys, not Watchmen, but
Hancock.
Yeah, actually, Hancock.
Yeah, that was the vibe that it gave me when I was looking into it.
Yeah,
was kind of like Hancock the series almost.
That was actually a pretty good movie, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it really was. And of course, Will Smith is funny in just about every goddamn thing because he's Will Smith. Even though he only plays various versions of Will Smith in every movie he's in.
I don't know. I think he played a very different character in Hancock, actually.
Did he really though? I'm not sure about that.
Maybe this is a topic for another time.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Yes, banana.
Yeah, just banana.
All right, banana.
Or super banana, maybe.
Yeah, super banana.
Super banana.
power, speak a little louder.
If there was a pill
I'll be mad at money, I'm coming at the route.
that could give you 5 minutes,
Spit it so they get it, I'm embedded with the power.
pure power.
Okay. It's 20 minutes. That's 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, for one thing, it looks good. Like, it looks amazing. This is better cinematography than most modern Hollywood movies.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. It probably was made on the cheap, all things considered, but
I'll be honest. I like kind of cheap budget movies because you get a little more because the people in charge of making those get more creative.
yeah, because they have to work with the restrictions they've got. But yeah, I kind of because I'm sure this was made on the same relative budget as like one of the Arrowverse shows. But the thing is, the Arrowverse shows always look cheap. This does not look cheap, which
Well, the
makes you.
thing, okay, here's the thing. I will argue, like in the early seasons, they actually looked pretty good.
Hmm.
I think later they started to get a little
Yeah,
boring.
they started to get complacent.
Yeah.
But this just goes to show now, because of the technological resources we have, you can make cheap things look good pretty much no matter what. So things
So
that actually look cheap have no excuse other than people don't give a shit.
so like I said, I watched this and I was thinking, this is how you could do a Milestone movie, like a property of Milestone Media. You know, like Icon, Rocket, Static, or like the Blood Syndicate.
Yeah.
Like it just oozes that kind of Dwayne McDuffie kind of style.
It does. It has a lot in common with, I think, his work.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to take it into the cringiest possible dimension, I could see them making a Black as Fuck series based like this.
Oh, you do not speak that fucking name.
I know it's terrible, but you know damn well that somebody.
Well, here's the thing: if anyone gets their hands on the property of Black as Fuck, they're actually gonna make it fucking better because they have to.
Yeah, because there's only so far you could dig down,
Yeah,
and then
just the guy.
and then Quanzer will get mad because they'll change his story and he won't like it.
Yeah, just the guy actually made, like he did like a quick rewrite.
Rewrite, and it was better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm almost willing to put up with a world where a Black as Fuck TV show exists just so that it can be better than the original and we can piss off Quanzer.
It's not entirely hard. Like I think, one of our earliest podcasts we actually talked about it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It's kind of like the New Warriors. Had they taken 5 seconds and actually given a shit about the quality of the thing they were making, you could turn most of those characters into worthwhile characters, but they didn't. But yeah, plus anything that will piss off Quanzer makes me happy. So yeah.
And I always say it's not the idea. More often than not, it's
the execution. Now, granted, there are some ideas that are harder to spin than others, but
yeah, right.
If you put in the time, effort, and know how to do it, then it's gonna get done.
But so far, I do like the premise of Project Power. Like in the 20 seconds, you already get what it's about. A superpowered drug that gives you 5 whole minutes of a superpower. The fact that that's not even a comic, like I said, I looked to see if this was a comic.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive that someone was able to. It does have like a very like 90s image sort of vibe to it.
Well, actually,
or like you said, like a Milestone kind of thing.
Well, there was Powers, which was like it was made by Brian Michael Bendis. It was made into a TV show for PlayStation. If anyone remembers that.
A TV show for PlayStation.
Yeah, PlayStation tried to do the whole streaming thing. I think in the mid 2010s, didn't work out.
I did not know this.
It looked good from what I remember watching.
I'm sure it was pretty good, but that is so weird to have a streaming service inculcated into your game system. Like, okay, weird, but moving on.
I mean, Disney has Disney Plus now and stuff, so
Well, but yeah, but it's not like it's it's not like it would be like it'd be like Xbox having their own streaming service that doesn't like the thing that's weird isn't that they have a streaming service, it's that you would think if they were going to stream anything, they would stream like games. They would have kind of like a Steam library sort of thing going on. But
Alright.
to have like original non-game content on the PlayStation is just weird.
yeah. Powers was created by it was basically a police procedural with superheroes in it.
Yeah, I remember the premise and I remember seeing it advertised, but I didn't remember seeing it I didn't remember seeing that it was going to be on the PlayStation. I thought originally it was going to be on Amazon.
I don't know about that. But like I said, it was made by the comic was originally written by Brian Michael Bendis, so
Presumably before he went insane.
I don't know. I've seen a few reviews and it's not a great comic.
Okay, so it may still be Bendisized.
I mean, was he ever really a good writer in the first place?
I mean, there were good stories that I remember him being behind, but most of the things that he gets remembered for now are how he completely ruined continuities. So I don't like. I have nothing personal like attached to the name of Bendis other than screwing with continuities. So I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, same. I mean, the only thing I really read of his was Ultimate Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, not. But anyway, Super Banana.
yes, Super Banana.
Would you take it? You don't know who I am and what I'm about, but I'll do anything to find that source. Listen to my voice.
Okay, so 20 seconds. Again, for one thing, like the effects look great.
Yeah, and there seems to be some genuine like drama without it being too edgy
Yeah,
going on. So
like look at
good
that.
for you.
Look at that. That looks better than. Well, I can't think of anyone who's used ice effects before. I'd say Killer Frost, but I mean, like from the Flash.
Captain Cold.
Well, actually, Iceman from X-Men,
Yeah.
like from the X-Men movies. This looks so much better.
Yeah. It looks like they actually like cared enough to put some effort. Like the thing with, and I know people really like The Witcher, but The Witcher was really cheaply made.
Yeah. I've only seen the first episode, and god damn, dude, it just. I mean, like nothing really against it. Like it's. Like I can stand it looking cheap, as long as like the story and the characters engage me.
Mm-hmm.
But but yeah, I like this too. Like this guy with fire powers or something. I mean, just it looks so fucking good. Like it has that grittiness, which I know I'm not like the biggest fan of when it's handled wrong.
It looks like it's actually there and is a thing that exists.
Yeah, but the whole thing about grittiness is most of the time it's handled really poorly.
Yeah, they go so far into grit that it's almost comical.
Yeah, but it looks good, and like this kind of grittiness, it seems to make sense. Just again, because it has this
Yeah,
urban kind of setting and stuff.
it's in such a way that it looks epic, not in such a way that it's nihilism.
Yeah, I think that's where people confuse it with.
Yeah, in most people's opinions, like grittiness is realism to the point of despair and to the point of nihilism. But
Yeah, I also gotta say another thing is that this kind of feels like an actual comic book, like how it looks and everything.
yeah, I could definitely see this be, like I said, like a 90s Image comic or a Milestone.
Yeah, and well, like I said, I thought it was a comic because it just seemed like it was a comic.
Yeah, it wouldn't have surprised me if it was one.
Yeah, and I assume that this is intentional on like the creator's part, but how the colors seem vibrant and stuff, which again I love that.
Yeah,
Because,
I'm always harping on all. I'm always harping whenever we do a movie or a TV show reaction. I'm always saying, you do know we have color cinema in in this day and age, right? Like, I despise when people refuse to actually use color.
I mean, I don't mind desaturation when it's called for.
Yeah, when it makes sense with the narrative or when it makes sense with the world of the narrative, it works. But even then, like I said, most of the time,
I mean,
realism crosses the boundary into nihilism, but quick when that happens.
but I mean, this looks a lot. This is more colorful than any Marvel movie I can like. After Phase 1, this looks more colorful.
Yeah, and that's kind of sad, to be honest.
Yeah,
Especially the street level ones, because the cosmic ones get away with more color than the street level ones. But like, as much as I enjoyed Captain America: Civil War, it was washed out in gray for most of it.
right. And we have Jamie Foxx here.
Always a good addition to things.
Yeah, I think if he was given better material, he would have gone down as a pretty good Electro.
Yeah, but if everyone in that movie had been given better material, it wouldn't be the same movie. But that's basically what you have to do to make it a good movie.
Yeah, I mostly blame the executives because they tampered a lot with the directors.
Yeah, the meddling.
Yeah.
Dear studios, let your movies be themselves.
Yep. All right. Super Banana.
Super Banana.
Am I lying?
Welcome to Project Power. Our goal is simple: the next evolution of the human species.
You were taking one of those before. It can make you strong, make you invisible. You never know what your power is until you try it.
Again, and also we have Joseph Gordon-Levitt in this.
I like the idea that the drug like activates like latent superpowers.
Yeah.
And therefore it depends on the person that takes it, what power they get. Because it would be really easy to just make to have it just like unlock the same set of powers in everybody. But I think they're smart enough to have it be sort of unpredictable. But as a result, I don't think I would ever take the drug because I'd end up with a power I wouldn't want, I think.
I'm wondering if they actually set a guy on fire and did some visual effects on the body.
No, I think it's just really good CGI. Well done.
Yeah. It's better than Iron Man armor in Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah. And I really enjoyed Infinity War, and even I get it that. But yeah.
But yeah, Joseph Gordon-Levitt is in this movie too.
Oh, it's a movie? I thought it was a series.
No, it's a movie.
They should totally make it a series.
Maybe I think if it gets good enough fan reception, maybe. I like how they're handling invisibility too, because it looks more like chameleon. Like, because if you like see his face, you can see like scales and stuff on it,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is really cool, actually.
Although I'm not sure it's even depicting that that's what his power is supposed to be, is invisibility. Maybe it is just like a chameleonic power.
Either way, it's cool.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure, because it looks like the top of his head is disappearing, and like you can see the saline behind him, and I don't think that's how chameleon abilities work.
Yeah, no, I don't know what, but it would also be really interesting if some of these people have powers that, like, we don't have like names for, because like everybody in most of these superpower things, there's always the obvious ones, like this person can use super strength, this person can fly, this person can manipulate like lightning and electricity and fire and shit. It'd be interesting if like some powers just do weird things. Like I don't even necessarily know what I'm asking for. I just think if the powers are basically random dependent on the person, then it'd be really cool if like the powers that get triggered are like a guy that can control like probability, or like a guy that gains like momentary super intelligence or something.
So like Limitless.
Kind of, almost, yeah.
Alright.
Or even like low level reality warping powers would be interesting to have triggered off by something like that.
Yeah, you basically have the powers of God for 5 minutes.
Yeah, literal IRL God mode.
Yeah. All right. Super Banana.
Super Banana.
So you try it.
What's that power, don't you?
Yeah. On the streets, they're talking about superpowers, but they're not talking about how one hit could kill you. What's the plan?
Okay, well, that's good stakes there too, because a part of me thought, yes, it's technically a drug then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, the downside to drugs often is that it can be addictive.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how they add that the possibility that your body can't handle the powers, and
Yeah.
therefore, and they show the fire guy exploding.
Yeah.
So,
and there's, I think there'll probably be another aspect of it, like the more you use it, the more likely your body is just going to give out. Like, not even necessarily that they can't handle the powers, but because like the powers themselves might be physically taxing to use, where it might like shorten your lifespan or something. Kind of like how in Limitless, wasn't it like I don't remember what the side effects of like taking the Limitless drug was. I thought it was like your body would stop breathing and like doing automatic shit for you because you were supposedly using all the parts of your brain. So you had to actually physically tell your body to breathe and shit. But I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've watched Limitless. Anyway, Super Banana.
Yeah, Super Banana.
What's the plan now?
Took something from me. I gotta get it back.
Something? Or someone?
This thing is tearing our city apart. Your kid has something to do with it.
What do you think they got the formula from?
Huh. That's interesting. It's basically they're setting up that the power drugs or power pills, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
are come from Jamie Foxx's character's daughter. So would that imply that she's technically like a natural power?
I think that is sort of the implication that she basically has all the powers and that they're like bleeding her.
That's kind of cool.
Like they're using her as like a mule and like milking her natural abilities and like
Okay,
synthesizing.
So this is set in New Orleans, which I saw in the cop cars, which is cool because I always like New Orleans. Like I've said a few stories in New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans is cool. I've always wanted to go there.
Yeah, and like I said, looks like Joseph Gordon-Levitt plays a cop. So basically, he is Robin from The Dark Knight Rises.
Finally, after almost a decade.
Super Banana?
Super Banana.
Your kid has something to do with it.
Where do you think they got the formula from? They have my daughter.
Maybe we can work together on this. What do you need?
You still got the pills on you?
It's about to get real noisy.
So that's your...
Again, it's just like it has that kind of it has that kind of street kind of quality to it, you know?
Yeah, there's a level of sincerity to it that's really appealing.
Yeah. And I've grown up in like metropolitan areas and stuff, so and let me tell you, a lot of graffiti everywhere. So I saw all that too, and like it really kind of captures that kind of urban setting.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, this honestly, if this like the creators for this, if they were to helm Milestone movies or something, or like a TV show,
yeah,
I would totally be on board for that.
Yeah, like a live action version of Static.
Yeah. All right. So Slither Claw says, or funnier, become immune to the drug. Limitless. Shorter and shorter times withdrawals could kill you. Yeah. Work. By the way, Super Banana.
Super Banana.
First, we stabilize it. Then we weaponize it.
Power goes to where it always goes to the people that already have it.
They think they can just test their product on my city and let them see what happens.
I thought we were like Batman and Robin.
Oh, Batman and Robin, that's a movie. This is...
Again, I got really nothing to say, but holy shit, this looks awesome.
Yeah, this looks like it could definitely be a hit for Netflix. Good for them.
Yeah.
Also, Netflix, while I'm at this, where the fuck is the Bright sequel?
I'm good on a Bright sequel. I'm good on a Bright sequel. I didn't really care much for Bright.
I liked it. I want a Bright sequel. Give me my Bright sequel.
It's weird, you know. This is what you would classify as like a street level superhero story.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it seems a little more grander than that.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be more flavor to it.
Mm-hmm. And
I think because instead of focusing on the limiting aspects of quote unquote realism and being all nihilistic about it and being all there's no wondrous things in reality, what are you, crazy? That they're like focusing on the awesomeness of everyday stuff.
I mean, I would wonder to see how the sequel goes. Like, could there actually be a world of superheroes after this? Like, what if there's a generation that comes after well, the people that take these power drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like their DNA
Well,
and
like their children have it naturally because of their parents' exposure to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And again, you'd still have to get in all this style and just fucking awesomeness.
Mm-hmm. I think the main difference is somebody who made this cared. And even just looking at like Cursed, it very much seems like they were looking for any excuse at all to cut corners.
Speaking of which, folks, we are going to do a review of Cursed next week
Mm-hmm.
because I actually just found it came out like last night. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, this looks really good. Let me get back to. It just seems like this. It seems like a lot of fun, you know.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it seems kind of like Hancock almost. Like
Who knows? We might do a review of this movie when it comes out.
yeah, kind of. It sort of seems like we have to. Like almost everything we do like trailer reactions to, it seems like we either need to like do a review of or try to do like reviews of or something.
Yeah. All right. Super Banana.
Super Banana.
It's a movie. This is real life.
You doing this?
We're gonna end this.
It's time to rise. It's time to rise.
Yeah, no. This honestly, this does feel like it could have been an Image comic back in the day. Maybe like towards like the end of the '90s.
Yeah.
Like, say Dwayne McDuffie went to Image after the whole Milestone Media fiasco
Mm-hmm.
and did something like this.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, it would actually have been one of the best-selling comics of Image at the time.
Probably.
Also, rest in peace, Dwayne McDuffie.
Yes. You will be missed.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that is most definitely we are going to check that movie out when it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
August. So, other than that, comic recommendations. So I finished Dream Country yesterday. It's pretty good. Total recommend on that. I can't really recommend anything else because I just started one other comic and I need to finish Doom Patrol. So, I mean,
Okay, so since was it CBR that did the Doctor Strange article that we did?
Screen Rant.
Okay. Since Screen Rant decided to completely shit the bed on that, allow me to recommend you some better Doctor Strange than modern Doctor Strange. There's the book he shared with Cloak and Dagger, Strange Tales Volume 2, which you can get in omnibus form or trade form, where he has to let go of his standards and engage in dark magic for personal reasons. And he comes to terms with the fact that he's trying so hard to be worthy of the Ancient One that he's lost himself along the way. There's that one. There is Doctor Strange, Doctor Doom, Triumph, and Torment, where Doctor Doom begs Doctor Strange to help him defeat Mephisto for the sake of saving his mother's soul. There's that one. There's Into Shambhala, where Strange has to decide whether he wants to destroy a certain percentage of the Earth's population in order to make a better future, which I'm pretty sure they ripped off for Thanos' backstory in Infinity War, a little bit at least. And let's see, there's basically anything written by Roger Stern and anything written by Steve Englehart. All of these are better than anything modern Doctor Strange is gonna give you. So there's that. Also, I will second the Sandman recommendation. Also,
Oh, right. Since I talked about Superman for a little bit, like on a tangent, definitely recommend Superman. Well, All-Star Superman. And I'm gonna constantly recommend that whenever I can.
yeah, and I will recommend probably the only Superman story that I bother to ever recommend, which is What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way.
Also, check out the movie that's based on, or not based on, that's based off of Superman vs. the Elite. Also, another Superman kind of deal that's also reminiscent of Spider-Man, Invincible by Robert Kirkman. It's so good, man.
Also, since Jamie Foxx was in the Powers trailer, and Jamie Foxx is going to be in the Spawn movie, read Spawn. Spawn is awesome.
I would recommend like the older stuff. I'm not sure about the new stuff.
Yeah, definitely the original Todd McFarlane stuff.
It's just I haven't read any of the modern stuff. Is the thing, so I can't recommend.
Yeah, it's slipping much like everything else.
That's
surprisingly.
All right, so with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom. Now fuck off.